make some crazy money. Are you ready? Here we go. Ah!
I'd be trying to prove that I'm not crazy when I knew I wasn't crazy.
Mommy, what was that noise? Mommy!
What is it, sweetie?
I said, what was that noise?
Nothing, sweetie. I just ran over a big frog.
No, you didn't, Mommy. Frogs don't sound like that. Mommy, I'm bored. I want to open my eyes.
Please, just be a good girl and keep your eyes closed like I told you. Okay, sweetie? Oh, sweetie. Oh. I'm so sorry. You okay? It's okay. God, start!
Hello, it is me, son. Do you want to buy my potatoes?
Yeah, I get to talk about one of my favorite games now. Dead Rising, a franchise which has always played second favorite child to Capcom's favorite child, Resident Evil. But to me, Dead Rising has always held a very, very special place in my heart, as it is a game I heavily associate with growing up, with it coming out on the Xbox 360. Obviously, I was a young child when the Xbox 360 was the main generation. I was between 2 years old and 13. Fucking hell, I'm getting old now, aren't I? And I love The whole franchise. All the games. What do you mean there's a fourth game? No, you're making that up. There is no fourth game. Dead Rising ended at 3. That's how it ended. There is no fourth game. I fucking hate Dead Rising 4. But my love of Dead Rising as a franchise doesn't actually come from the first game itself. It actually comes more from the second and third games, which I know the third game is a bit mixed to the community, but I love the second and the third game because the second game was the first game I actually played in the Dead Rising franchise because it was free on Xbox Live Gold back in the day, and I got an Xbox One to play Dead Rising 3. I chose an Xbox One for it. I made a massive mistake when doing that, but I do love Dead Rising 3. Dead Rising 2 itself is among 3 games I refer to as the 3 kings of the zombie genre. Games which are good zombie games, not horror games that have zombies in them, a game that focuses entirely on zombies and makes that the main thing, and in my opinion are the best games for that. Amongst these are Dying Light, which uses the zombies in a very interesting way with a night mechanic, Left 4 Dead 2, which I think is one of the best shooters for zombies in general, and of course Dead Rising 2, which I think has one of the best freedom of expression in a zombie game in general. These 3 embody different things that I love about the genre itself, from the survival aspect to shooting to even just the dicking about doing whatever you want in an apocalypse, that sort of freedom. All of them fulfill some sort of fantasy that I'm sure anyone that's thought about a zombie apocalypse would have. And I think all 3 games and even 3 franchises have such great usage of the zombie genre, and they actually fully use it entirely. Newer games, something like Back 4 Blood, I think completely missed the point on what made Left 4 Dead so great as not only a co-op shooter, but a zombie game. But that is a video for an entirely other video that I would love to do. Despite my love of 2, and how I would love to dive back into that game specifically and talk about the game's story and meaning and everything in it, because I think 2 is in general the better game, not only from gameplay, map, story, characters, everything. But for this next series of videos that I'm going to start working on, I guess, alongside everything else that I'm making, I want to start at the beginning of a franchise. I don't want to start at the 2nd game or the 7th game or whatever. I want to start at the very first game because I think we need to see how Dead Rising actually started as a game and what it evolved into to see what went wrong with it. Now, when I started to think about making this video, and of course Dead Rising to me is my Christmas game, it's a game that I play at least once a year around Christmas time, I came to an interesting crossroads for this video when making it. The choice of which fucking version to play. There are 2 versions of Dead Rising, well, 3 technically if you want to get down to business. You have the original 2006 release, the remaster that came out in 2014, and then you of course have the Dead Rising Deluxe remaster. Many see the original version and the remaster of said version, the one that you can buy on Steam, PS4, Xbox, whatever, PS5, as the best version of Dead Rising. And when the Deluxe remaster came out more recently, there was definitely a lot of debate about which version is better, and this kind of raised an issue with me specifically. For context, I have played all 3 versions of Dead Rising 1. The original on the Xbox 360 years ago, the remaster on PS4 and Steam, and now Dead Rising Deluxe remaster on both PS5 and on PC as well. So I've played all of them before even starting this video and making it, but I had to decide which version I wanted to go for. And I honestly really did debate what I should do. Should I do the original game so we can look more at the original visuals and what the game originally was like mechanically and everything, or should I go with the version that is the original game, in my opinion, fully realized and what the game was actually trying to be? So it was the choice of, do I want to do the original game or the better game? Yeah, I think Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster is better. I hate to say it. I'm going to get shit for this, I know I am, because some people just do not like this remaster for what it changed, but I chose the newer one because I think this is more reflective of what people's experience is now with Dead Rising. If you were a newcomer to Dead Rising, I will 100% recommend you play the remaster, not the original. First of all, the most obvious thing, the newer version looks way better in my opinion. I mean, let's not argue this. This game is ugly, the original Dead Rising. It had that early Xbox 360 style that just didn't look good and has aged really poorly. Frank doesn't look like a real human being, he looks wrong, he just doesn't look right in my opinion. Second of all, the gameplay in general. There is a shit ton of quality of life improvements in Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster that I honestly just don't think I can deal with that. I need these changes, things like being able to move when shooting, and some gameplay changes as well that actually change the way the game plays, such as the police zombies now being able to shoot at you. These small changes, to me, were such impactful changes that I believed this was the better version for me to play personally. And I know that there is going to be some arguments about things like atmospheric changes and a big change in the art style, which again is something you can argue, but I think Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster is the better game for all these aspects. I'm not saying the original is bad, I'm saying that they fully did improve the original game with this remaster. The one thing that I will give you a point on is the voice cast. If you know me, if you've watched any videos, you know that I do talk about voice acting and how good they are and the whole 9 yards. I want to make sure that the voice actors are given the respect they deserve for the roles they play. I think it is something that is very heavily overlooked in the gaming industry in general and are not respected enough. So I try to do my job of respecting these roles and performances through my videos. And a big problem and a big, I guess, controversy that this remaster had was they changed the entire voice cast from the original. And the biggest loss here was, of course, TJ Rotolo as Frank West. Frank is an iconic character, to say the least. TJ Rotolo had been voicing the character over the course of, it was about 10 years. He was Frank West's voice, but Capcom chose to completely change the entire cast. And you might ask, why did they do this? I think it's pretty obvious. I think a lot of these voice actors now are very expensive because they are more bigger name voice actors. Capcom does still work with some of these voice actors. TJ Rotolo, for example, was William Birkin in Resident Evil 2 Remake, which was in 2019, so they did work with him more recently. And the old voice actor of Brad, TJ Storm, they worked with him this year, 2025, in Monster Hunter Wilds. He played a character in that. But I think the main problem they probably ran into was not only the price of it all, but also a lot of these voice actors don't seem to work in the gaming industry anymore. Jessie's voice actress has only one credited role. Carlito's, he's only done some games sort of not as recently, he's a bit on and off in the industry. So I think for them, it was probably easier to just recast the whole thing and just start fresh. Also, unfortunately, in Dead Rising 4, they changed Frank's voice actor already. So it's clear that either the budget was the problem or there was another issue that they just didn't want TJ Rotolo to return for. I honestly think it's probably a budget thing. But Capcom is no stranger to recasting iconic roles. We've seen this a lot in recent years. Leon's voice actor was recently shifted from someone who had been doing it for years to now a new guy, and Chris has had 3 different voice actors in the last 5-6 years now. And I will be completely honest, while I do love the original cast, I don't think anyone gave a Roger Craig Smith as Arthur Morgan level performance in it. Yes, I think TJ Rotolo's voice is iconic as Frank West, but that's not because I think he gave like a standout performance that was insanely good. I think he just did a decent job, and he'd been the voice for so long that it was kind of implanted in everyone's mind that this is his voice. It's kind of like the idea of Snake's voice when they tried to change it, or when Kojima tried to change it. I don't think the voice actor in MGS5 did that bad of a job, but because it wasn't David Hayter, it just wouldn't work. And again, Konami know this. That's why they've gone back to David Hayter now for the remakes they're doing. So I think the change wasn't the worst thing in the world, especially with the changes more recently in Dead Rising 4, which was terrible, let's be honest. And to tell you the truth, I actually don't mind the new voice cast for this game. I know a lot of people didn't like them, but I think it's because a lot of people just were not used to hearing them sound like that. I actually like a lot of these actors and voice actresses in this game. And yes, of course, the dumb grifter community is upset about other changes, like the sexual, sensual, whatever it was called, bonus in photos being completely removed from the game, which okay, and some more racist comments and jokes that were in the game. Yes, this does change the game's character entirely, but this game is still a early 2000s game through and through. There is still a lot of gay jokes, a lot of sex jokes, and there is a lot of objectifying women in this game. Something which Dead Rising is fairly well known. Dead Rising 1 was a bit, on the nose of it. It seems like a bit of a action movie joke sort of twist. Dead Rising 2 is a lot worse for it. So I'm very excited to see what they will do to Dead Rising 2 if they do decide to remake that game. But I genuinely prefer the remaster, so that is what we are going to be playing for this video. Anyway, with all that preamble out of the way, let's actually get into the game and have some fun in Willamette. Opening the game, we join Frank West, photojournalist extraordinaire, as he's investigating a scoop he picked up from a source. What is this scoop? Well, something is going down in the small town of Willamette in Colorado.
Say, buddy, you mentioned something about research for a story.
That's right. Got a tip that something big's happening.
In a nowhere little town like that, they sure didn't mention anything about it on TV.
Yeah, well, I'm freelance, pal. I don't make my living waiting for the TV to tell me what to cover.
Here she is. Willamette, Colorado. Population 53,594. Distinguishing characteristics? Jack shit. About the only thing to do in this town is kill time at the shopping mall.
And investigating it, we start to find that something is very wrong with the town.
What was that? The army?
The military have locked down the town entirely to either keep something out or, what is more likely, keep something in.
All right, listen. I want to get shots of the whole town before the National Guard finishes roping it off. Take me over the main street.
And with our heli pilot flying us in, we start to see something going very wrong in the town.
Whoa! What is that? Some kind of riot?
It's not business as usual in this town.
Oh! Holy shit! Did you see that? Oh!
Now during this section, we are introduced to a key mechanic that Frank will be able to use throughout the entire game, his camera. While you are able to take photos and pictures, you're able to take pictures of anything that you see around the mall that might be interesting to you, and these photos will give you differing amounts of PP points. PP. PP points are basically XP points. They are, the more PP, your level will increase, so more PP equals bigger number. And this intro is just teaching us that taking photos either at differing amounts of zombies, so more zombies equals more PP, or during specific timed events will lead to more PP, like when the petrol garage blows up, if you take a photo of the explosion, you get a massive bonus of points. This actually allows you to be a photojournalist, with you able to take as many photos as you want and keep a record of everything that is happening and that will happen over the next few days.
Hey, can you get me on the rooftop of that mall?
You gotta be kidding me. Oh, man, you are nuts.
All right, listen. Don't forget to come back for me.
As long as you're not dead, Fred.
It's Frank. Frank West. Remember that name, because the whole world's gonna know it in 3 days, when I get the scoop.
All right. Whoa! Shit!
Get us back down to that rooftop.
I know I'm gonna get my butt chewed out for this one. We're going down.
Frank gave his pilot friend here, or hired ride, a timeline to return in 3 days to pick him up. Now, this is a key mechanic of Dead Rising. The entire game is timed. You only have 3 days in-game, it's not 3 days IRL time, which honestly, I hope for a Dead Rising game one day they actually do allow you to set the timer to real life time. So to beat Dead Rising 1, you'd have to play the game for 3 real life days. I know there's the infinite mode that some people say you can just play that for 3 real life days, but you kind of get the point. I think a game that is more open world, like a Dead Rising 3 style game, would have benefited greatly from a more realistic timer. And I hope as the Dead Rising 5 rumored game comes out, they might actually consider doing this. But that is the key point. We have a limited amount of time here in the mall, and I love the limited time because it makes every action you do feel more weighted and more valuable because you're trading time to do an action. But within this time, we need to solve the story of what is going on here in Willamette. With Frank jumping and landing on the Willamette shopping mall, or shopping centre as we would call it here in the UK, we meet a rather friendly face.
Hello there. You're the reporter, aren't you?
Yeah?
You came alone.
Yeah, I'm freelance. You know, going the battlefield alone, no crew. So, what's going on around here anyway?
You came by helicopter, didn't you? What did you see from the sky?
Well, if it were just a riot, I doubt the military would quarantine the entire area. The moratorium on information getting out is a little extreme, in my opinion. There's, something else I can't put my finger on. Doesn't sound like civil disobedience. It's too quiet.
Almost as if everyone's already dead.
Yeah. So why don't you just tell me already? What's going on?
I think you'd better see for yourself. This, my friend, is hell.
Well, Frank doesn't seem to fully understand what is happening, with him first believing it to be some sort of mass riot, but the eerie silence tells him otherwise, and Carlito rather ominously points out it's almost like everyone is already dead. But leaving the dapper-dressed Mexican man alone, we can make our way inside the mall itself, and the Willamette Mall will act as the map for the entire game, with the entire game taking place in this mall. And it is certainly one of the maps of all times. The Willamette Mall is iconic in its location, in how it's laid out, its character, everything. It is one of the most important maps in gaming history, in my opinion. When Dead Rising first came out back in 2006, this game was insanely well made and was unthinkable how they actually made it. The amount of zombies that are on screen is crazy to think about back then, especially how limited hardware was that they were able to achieve this kind of game. And now in recent years, with the map being remastered, we kind of see what the actual vision was for the game originally, and the game looks like what it looked like to me all those years back. But it has so much character, the mall. It's a character within itself, and it is one of the best parts of this game. You have the timer combined with the super interesting, super fun to explore mall that just combine together to make such a fun experience. But we are here to figure out what is going on. So of course, exploring a little bit further, we can find some people that we can ask some questions.
Hey, bring that over here.
Madonna, where's my little...
Quit screwing around!
Oh, Madonna, have you seen my baby? I can't live without my precious little sweetie doggy. Oh, where is my Madonna? Where is she? Oh, Madonna.
Hey, this is no time to ogle pretty girls, son. You looking to get yourself eaten alive by zombies?
What? Did you just say zombies?
Take a look out there. Those ain't zombies. What would you call them? There's been more and more of them since last night. Now, they're all that's out there. Look on the bright side. Zombies are stupid and slow. We should be safe in here. All right then. Feel like making yourself useful? Take a look around the mall and bring anything we can use for the barricade back here. On the leg. Come on, pronto!
Well, seems a zombie outbreak has occurred, who would have guessed? And we have been instructed by Ryan here to grab some items to help strengthen the barricade, and we can also interact with the rest of the survivors here, seeing how they are taking the unfortunate news that a zombie outbreak is occurring, from crying their eyes out, to saying that they can take them all on, to an old woman desperately searching for her dog, and we can take photos of all of them to get some XP for it. But also here, we can actually find the first of our PP stickers. These stickers are placed on key locations or fun little things that are of interest, like signs or statues, and these will give you a 5,000 PP bonus if you photograph them correctly, because you need to frame them well. You need to actually do your job and get a good composition in your photo, and these will allow you to level up extremely quickly. And me sitting here for about a minute taking photos allowed me to level up from level 2 all the way up to level 10 immediately. And this is something they changed a lot in the remaster, the rate you level up at. This, to a lot of people, a problem they had was it made the game too easy. It was no longer hard. And I just have to say, what fucking world do you people live in? Where in any way was Dead Rising difficult? When has it ever been difficult, Dead Rising? I've played all of them, and the only time the game is difficult is if you play Dead Rising 1 Infinite Mode and you get infinite hit by Kent or the soldiers and die. That's the only way it's difficult. This game has bullshit difficulty, which is just unfair difficulty, but the game in general is piss easy. And I honestly love the change to the leveling up system. I love that we level up so much quicker. A massive complaint I have not only about Dead Rising 1, but also Dead Rising 2, is the leveling system almost limits you in a way, because a lot of the cool moves that you get later on, you don't get to use them enough. So things like the flash kick, or the grabbing the zombie by the legs and spinning them around, or the zombie ride, these moves that can become extremely important in survival, you don't get to use, and because of this, it discourages you from learning to actually use them correctly, which is a massive shame in my opinion. And still to this day, there are some moves that I don't even bother with because of how these games used to treat them. If I remember correctly, if you played the game pretty casually on the originals, you would get to about level 30, maybe late 30s, but you'd normally have to do a second playthrough to hit 50. In this game, if you get a good run and you get most of the survivors, you're easily going to hit 50. And I like that. I like that you hit the max level on your first run, because it means when you go into a second run, you can really just dick about and do what you want. It actually allows you to use the abilities in the game and actually learn the combat and actually have fun with it, which I like. I prefer this change. I find grindy XP systems super fucking boring, and I don't think Dead Rising really needs a leveling system. That is my opinion. I don't think it needs it, but obviously games need number that go up and you need to progress, so it feels like you are progressing. It can't just be you learning the game more, or you learning the map layout and item placements and stuff that's actually important. It has to be number, but that's just a massive complaint by me. But heading to the back of this area to find some items, we can run into a cranky old man.
You! Stop right there! Do you have any idea what you've done? Why did you summon me to this place? What are you planning?
Would you calm down? I don't even know what you're talking about. What the? Huh?
What are you thinking?
Knock it off!
Oh, wait, baby, no! I'm saving you, baby! Wait for me, please! Oh, no! Oh, Madonna! Oh, Madonna!
Oh no, the fan has hit the shit, with the old woman now letting the zombambos into the building to save her little dog. Or what actually happens is she dies instantly before even touching the dog.
What in the hell are you people doing? Run! Quick, move! Get over here! Everyone, move this way! Quick, to the stairs! Move!
Oh shit, now we've got to make a run for the stairs to escape the horde, and quickly doing so we can make our way back to the security room.
Huh?
Where are the others?
I don't know. I hope they got away.
As long as those things are in the mall, we'd better not use this door.
What are you doing?
The air ducts. They'll get us back into the mall. And apparently, those things aren't smart enough to use the ducts. So they won't be a factor.
Wait a minute. You want to get back in there? What for? Hey.
Nice camera. Are you a photographer?
As a matter of fact, I am. Frank West, photojournalist.
Could you show me some pictures, Frank?
You really seem to know what you're doing. Who are you guys, anyway? And what are you? I took that one near the entrance. That guy do something?
Nope. Thanks for showing me, though.
Hey, we're not done talking yet. Just who are you guys?
I'm Jesse. The man you saw earlier is Brad. That's all I'm authorized to tell you.
Okay, let's actually talk about this a bit more in depth now. The new cast is, while I like most of them, a bit hit or miss sometimes. I actually don't mind Jazz Patrick as Frank. I actually think he's a lot better than the 4 voice actor, and he does a pretty good job in my opinion. He gave Frank a new unique voice that I think works for the new era that they're going with Dead Rising, where they're really returning to what made the games good, hopefully. But some of the voices also don't really make sense. Brad's voice just confuses me. While it doesn't sound bad, at times it just sounds wrong. Like the voice actor was only given one chance to do a line and then they just moved on, which tells me again that this game was made cheap. The voice acting was done as cheap as possible, and William Stevens, or Steffens, he does a good job overall, but there is certain lines, especially when he has to get more emotional, such as anger or fear, it doesn't sound as good. But as the game goes on, the voice acting gets way better, and especially at some of the more important moments in this game, they're fine. They do a good job, and I think they're great. But I think especially at the beginning are when some of the worst lines of dialogue are, and when you kind of realize like, ah shit, maybe this is bad voice acting. They're not that bad, they have some bad lines, but let's be honest, even the original Dead Risings had some bad lines. It's completely, I think, a budget thing. I think they changed the voice cast because of the budget, and that's the only reason. And if you're wondering why I say that, it's because a lot of the original voice actors in Dead Rising 1, apart from the main cast, so TJ Rotolo, TJ Storm, it was pretty stacked. You had voice actors like Steve Blum, who is the voice of basically Wolverine to most people, Bill Farmer, who is a big Disney voice actor, mainly being the voice of Goofy and Pluto, Pluto, Dave Wittenberg, the voice of Kakashi from Naruto. These are all big actors that would cost a hell of a lot of money to get back, and none of these actors return for the remaster. Now, I'm not saying the new ones they got are bad, and it's not even that they're inexperienced. New ones they got are actually really good, and I think are better, with case in point being Jesse. I think is way better than the original, and even some characters that weren't voiced in the original are now voiced, like Otis here. But in addition to having a completely new cast, no voice actor plays multiple characters. Steve Blum in the original played 2 or 3 psychos. In this game, no one plays 2 or 3 characters. Everyone plays a unique character, which I think allows each character to have a completely unique voice and palette to them. But yes, Jesse is now voiced by holy shit,
Xanthe Win.
But I know her most for voicing Haru from Persona 5, which might be why you recognize the voice if you're like me and like JRPGs, but also Dagger in Marvel Rivals now, and Marianne in Fire Emblem 3 Houses, as well as fucking endless amounts of anime roles. She's a great voice actress and she did a great job with Jessie, and I think she is one of the better performances in this game and actually makes Jessie more memorable to me. Jessie in the original was a bit of a side character that I didn't really care about. I preferred Brad a lot more. In this, she is more of a standout character to me. She actually stands alongside Brad, Carlito, and Isabella. Overall, I don't mind it. I hope Capcom, especially for Frank's voice in the future, sticks with it, because the current rumor is Dead Rising 5 will have Frank return. Stick with this guy. He does a good job, and I think if you give him time, he can make a really good voice for Frank. And I honestly, I think TJ Rotolo, as much as I'd love him back, it would be so fucking jarring to have now 3 different voice actors in the 3 most recent games. Now, the next thing I'm going to comment on though that I really like about this game is the visuals. This game is goddamn eye candy, from the textures to the environments to even the bloody models of the characters, with them all being eye candy. And speaking about eye candy, the eyes. Fuck me, they look good. This game weirdly looks way too nice. And I don't know how to explain this, but this is one of the best looking games, in my opinion, that I've played in recent years. I think it's just the RE engine is just that good at making good looking characters and models, because characters like Jesse, Brad, even Frank, with how fucking ugly he is, looks amazing. And yes, I like how ugly Frank. I know a lot of people didn't like the ugly change to Frank West, but if you go back to Dead Rising 1 and listen to the developers and their original intent with Frank, they wanted to make him ugly for one key reason. They didn't want him to be the traditional popular action hero archetype character. They wanted him to be as opposite to that kind of character. So how do you do that? You make him as ugly as fuck, and I love it. In the original 2006 game, this was way harder to do, which explained the weird blocky look he had, because they couldn't actually make the design they wanted. In Off the Record, they actually implemented the design that they wanted, and I think this was significantly closer to the original design that they had. And now coming back to remaster the game, they are able to fully realize the design that they originally wanted, and I love it. I love Frank West's design. I think he is one of the best looking characters, not because he looks good, but because of how ugly he is, and it makes him so unique and memorable. And I think this massive change in his look also suits a new voice. This voice sounds like this character. I don't know how to explain it, but they actually seem like they work well together, whereas TJ Rotolo's voice suited the more chiseled, sort of blocky look of the old one, and not so much this new one, I think. And that might be why they changed it. Maybe the developers weren't happy with the sound of TJ Rotolo's voice with this version of the character, but I do like this new version of Frank and how he looks. But also this idea ties into the game's story as well, and themes, with him not being the hero archetype character, which I think is great. I think it ties into the game very well and makes a lot of sense. At first, Frank really does not care about what is happening here. He just wants to figure it out so he can tell it in his story and then put it in the news so he gets loads of money, whatever prize you get for writing good articles, Pulitzer Prize, I don't know. He just wants to make his next big story and make the big bucks from it. He doesn't really care what actually happens to these people. He only cares about getting his story, with him directly withholding information from Jesse and Brad, as he knows it's something that he can use to get more information from them. And if he gives it to them, he loses that leverage forever. He's just being an arsehole for the sake of being an arsehole, because he knows that he'll get something out of it if he tries hard enough. And he looks like an arsehole as well, which again adds to that great visual design that he has. But we can also meet the best character in the game.
Yours, Otis.
Good.
Otis, who is the best character in this game and will act as the man on the other side of our radio, with him informing us about things that are going on about the mall. Now, I should also mention as well, Dead Rising has a main inspiration from not only the character designs for many of them, but also the setting and the themes of the story. That, of course, being Dawn of the Dead, both versions, which Dawn of the Dead is one of my favourite zombie films of all time. I love the original, and I do like the remake as well by Zack Snyder. And yes, Brad is most definitely based on the character of Sergeant Kenneth Hall, and Frank is probably based on the protagonist in the original film, who was also a journalist/reporter. And it's clear as well that the mall itself took very clear inspiration from the film as well in how it presents itself. Even the game's themes of what it is explaining and showing to us and what the zombies mean in that film and in this game very clearly are linked. Dawn of the Dead had a theme, and clear theme of that, of capitalism and overconsumption of media products, whatever. And the mall was the central place that, back in the day, of course, when shopping centers were very big and made a lot of money. This is where the zombies felt they needed to go, because this is where humans felt they always needed to go. Where they consumed food, where they bought clothes that they didn't need, where they overconsumed, where capitalism thrived. That is what the mall has always been used as in Dawn of the Dead, and in Dead Rising, it's clear that there is a theme here about capitalism and overconsumption. And yes, it takes very clear inspiration from Dawn of the Dead in these themes and its story, and even just the base idea of being stuck in a mall and taking refuge in it from the horde. And some of the characters, you'll quickly notice that there is clear theme overlays with how they are presented in the story. Brad, obviously Kenneth Hall in Dawn of the Dead remake, he acts more as the heroic leader character type, and he does meet a tragic end as he tries to be the hero. In the original, the reporter character, the main character, is very similar to Frank in how he approaches the apocalypse and how he ends out. To make a very long story short, Dawn of the Dead has themes present in the film like consumerism, overconsumption and societal collapse, and of course the breakdown of social order, as well as exploring the themes of human nature during the apocalypse, such as things like redemption of characters and what they do in dire times. It's very clear that Dead Rising was clearly made with inspiration from Dawn of the Dead and honors this film and completely respects it. Dead Rising was sued because of how similar it was to Dawn of the Dead. They did win this case, the Capcom against the Romero group, whatever they were called, because it's not that similar, but it's very clear it does honor the film, and even it does state in the credits that the game has nothing to do with the film, but similarities are just coincidence. I don't think they are. I think it's very clear Capcom took inspiration, and that's fine, because Dawn of the Dead is one of the biggest pieces of zombie media ever made. But going back to the actual mall, we can actually enter the game proper now, and I have played Dead Rising many times, as I stated, the OG and Deluxe Remaster, so I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to do a perfect run, as in save every survivor and kill every boss in this game. Something I don't think I've actually done before in the first game, because I always mess up at some point and then just give up and carry on. I've done it once in Dead Rising 2 though. At first I wanted to do achievements, but one of them is a bit too long and I cannot be asked to do it. 52,000 kills is just too many for me. So I decided to do just a simple perfect run for this game to show you the sheer scale and how much actually goes on in the game. But doing this isn't the easiest thing in the world. You do need some pre-planning, a little bit of research on spawn timers and what you need to avoid triggering to ensure that the run goes well. Now immediately our run gets off to a very easy start with us meeting the first survivors here on the roof, with Natalie having lost her husband, and guiding her around the corner we can find her husband Jeff. And how lovely, a heartwarming moment with the two of them embracing, and we can take the photo of them to get a PP bonus, again teaching us about timings. And now we have to take them back to the safe house. This is what we have to do with survivors. Find them and then escort them back to the safe house. This will be either easy in this case or will get extremely difficult with certain survivors. And getting them back to the safe house safely, you get a massive PP reward. And yes, at this point I was already level 10, which is pretty quick, but I don't care. It makes the game more fun anyway, and actually I think the increased experience gained from all these sources makes them more rewarding. One of my biggest complaints about the original was that photography didn't feel rewarding enough. Now it is one of the best ways to level up, and even escorting survivors at times felt somewhat pointless because the reward sometimes wasn't worth the effort that you had to go through. These easy ones, yeah, definitely worth it, but some of them harder ones later on just ain't worth it in my opinion. But here it's very rewarding to actually survive all these survivors because you basically get a level for each survivor you save. So if you save all of them, you're pretty easily hit level 50. But anyway, with them safely in the safe house, we now head out back to the actual main mall area. But Frank is ambushed what he believes to be some zombies.
Zombies, huh? Had a feeling you'd show up. God, it's you. Look, don't sneak up on me.
Brad was attacked. I located him on the monitor.
It's probably just a sprain.
I've got to help Brad, or he's done for.
All right, fine. Give me your gun. Come on. I'm the reason you just got hurt. Let me help.
No, I can't let a civilian do that. That's against regulations.
Yeah, well, I don't think they had zombie-infested malls in mind when they wrote those regulations, kid.
You know how to use this?
Kinda. I've covered wars, you know. Look, after I'm through helping you, you and I are gonna have a nice little chat.
Well, Best Girl wanted to do some helping, but due to her poor choice of footwear, she has twisted her ankle. So we now have to tell her to go back to the safe house and rest, and we will take her gun and go out and find Brad and help him, as he is in some form of danger, fighting something or someone. But Otis gives us a call immediately to tell us about the mall. But I myself know the mall, so I'm going to do the explaining. The Willamette Mall, in my eyes, is split into 8 main areas. The entrance plaza, the place where all those people died a minute ago at the very beginning. This area acts as the sort of general mall area with some big shops focused on big activities. This is the area that the general American people would engage with the most. A big bookshop, a big sports shop, camping shop, outdoor activity shops, some clothing stores, and other miscellaneous shops scattered about. The entrance plaza is the most basic area of the mall. It is a mall area and it looks like that. But even though it is the basic area, it definitely still has a lot of character to it, with these big escalators that give us a nice view of the entire area, this big clock which I really like, with the bee mascot on top of it that reminds me of my hometown, Watford, with the Hornet right outside the McDonald's. Way, Watford, come on you Hornets. In real life, this would be an area that has most of the big retail stores in it. So here in the UK, it would be things like John Lewis, Sports Direct, TK Maxx, WH Smith's, so on and so forth. It's a simple area, but it is necessary for the mall to survive. It is the beating heart of the mall itself. But the next area I think is the one that you'll definitely spend more time in, Paradise Plaza. This area is very different to the standard entrance plaza. It has a theme of a tropical island with palm trees and even a fake river flowing throughout it. And here we find similar shops, but more shops in my opinion associated with luxury. Jewelry shops, some toy shops, because of course children are a luxury nowadays. And of course, expensive coffee shops and a sandwich place. And if you see the price of coffee now, fuck me, but here, they're actually pretty well priced, I can't lie. The Paradise Plaza to me embodies that American overconsumption. We have this entire area that is designed like a paradise island. This is meant to be paradise, where you spend all your money, you get all the shiny jewelry. It's clear this is what Paradise Plaza is meant to be telling us. If the entrance plaza is the basic area, Paradise is the luxury. It's where people overconsume and overindulge in something. This is what Paradise represents to us. And I think it's very clear that this is why this is the main area of the game and not Entrance Plaza. They wanted this to be the main focus of the map, Paradise Plaza, because they wanted that theme of overconsumption, overindulgence, living in luxury that the American people often do. Not so much nowadays, but definitely back in the day, a lot of people lived in luxury, did, and it was to the detriment of others. But from the Paradise Plaza, we can head to 2 different areas. Either the movie theater, which is a movie theater, of course, Dead Rising based on a classic film, is going to have a movie theater or a cinema. It has some basic food stands, a merch shop, but more importantly, for our run, we now can head out into Leisure Park. the main green area, the chill out park area of the shopping centre, which is an odd thing for me to see because no shopping centre that I know of here in the UK has any of these sort of amenities in them, a park. It's a very cool area which just breaks up the general sameness of the mall and is a great palate cleanser that will act as a pathway between the main areas in the mall, as from the Paradise exit we can now reach 2 more areas. I like the area and it's just here to break up the mall itself. First of all, we can reach the North Plaza from the leisure park, the currently under construction area, and this will allow us to find many pieces of building equipment like hammers, drills, all different kinds of bits and bobs. There is a couple of stores here, mainly the big supermarket and what we are really after, the gun shop, which is almost hidden away in the back of the North Plaza, and this is something Dead Rising does really well. It uses its map and almost hides the more desirable shops that you would want to get to around the map and in these little cubby areas. And this is something it does really well, and even future games do really well. It's why Dead Rising is one of my favorite game series in general, because it always has one of the most engaging maps to explore. The overall freedom the game actually gives you is insane. You can follow the main narrative and go around the map in the order it wants you to throughout these 3 days, or for those 3 days you can ignore the main objective and just dick about so much, and the game doesn't punish you for doing that. It allows you fully to do that, and it's something I value a lot in games, is the freedom of what you can do. In Dead Rising you can do the main run, or you can just dick about for the 3 days if that's what you want to do. When I first got Dead Rising 2, that's all I did with my friends when I was playing it, or mainly my friend. We would just dick about for the days that the game had, and once it ended, we'd reset and then just do it all again. Yes, now I mainly do the main story because that's kind of what you're meant to do, and once you get a bit older and dicking about with the zombies isn't as fun as it used to be because you're not as easily as entertained, you kind of need this objective to keep you playing the game. But I do love this so much, and when another Dead Rising game comes out, be it Dead Rising 5 or whatever, I will play the game again just to dick about in it for the time period. But of course, the Dead Rising series with this freedom also combines it with a time limit, limiting our potential in the map. And I think this will play a lot into the game's themes as well, with things being time limited, recording the story, making sure that the correct order of events are spoken and shown to the world. But for the gameplay, this actually allows your actions to feel a lot more impactful and way more important, because even the idea of saving a survivor uses up time. Time is a resource that you get limited amounts of. You can't get it back. You can't just generate more time. Yes, at certain parts of the game you're given more time in overtime, for example, but the limited time you have makes you have to think about everything you're doing, which I think is really cool. Anyway, with us reaching the gun shop, we can grab a couple of weapons that we need, more specifically 2 snipers and 2 shotguns. Now, taking these weapons, we can head to our main objective, and Otis also informs us of a guy running around Paradise Plaza with a camera, someone we should check out as they are similar to us, another reporter. This is our first scoop provided to us by Otis, and scoops are the main side quests of the game. They're entirely optional, and they are the other objectives that we can engage with to fill the time, because the main missions aren't constant. You're not always doing them. There will be certain parts of the game where there's just hours where there's nothing to do, so these side objectives or scoops will be there to fill out the time. But now we need to go help out Brad at the food.
Your girlfriend sent me to find you.
Who? Jesse? Damn it! Okay, we'll have to talk about this later. You know how to use that gun?
I've never fired at a person.
All right, I'll cover you from here. You need to stick to the shadows. Try to get close to the target, okay?
And what am I supposed to do when I get close?
Well, the best solution would be to shoot the guy. But if you can't do that, keep him busy dodging your bullets and stay out of trouble. Are you up to it?
I'm a lot better with a camera. But yeah, I'll give it a shot.
All right. Next time he reloads, I'll lay down a suppressing fire. I'm counting on you. Make your way over there. 1, 2, 3!
Well, with us starting the Carlito boss fight, this is meant to be a big fight that has a big difficulty spike, and it's also meant to be the tutorial type for these psychopath boss fights, which are completely different kinds of enemies. Psychopaths are a slightly different kind of enemy, even to other human enemies. They act a bit different and they have a hell of a lot more health. The psychopath bosses are the highlight to many of this game, and they are extremely fun to fight, but unfortunately due to this game being so old, the way to beat most of these bosses has been kind of figured out. Carlito here is the first one, and using any kinds of firearms, including the sniper rifles, will make very quick work of him. But future boss fights are genuinely really enjoyable, and I heavily encourage you just to go into these blind, not try to figure them out, because they are the best part of this game. But quickly dealing with Carlito, he decides that he's going to run away.
He got away. Who was that anyway?
I don't know. Well, thanks for your help. The name's Brad.
I'm Frank West, photojournalist. And right now I'd rather have an explanation than your thanks, Brad.
Sorry, I've got nothing to tell you. Look, I don't know what Jesse told you, but as far as I'm concerned, we're through working together. So you cover your zombie story and leave the rest to us.
You guys are looking for someone here, aren't you?
Hmm? Who is that? Where did you take it?
You help me, I help you.
Damn. You're one hell of a journalist, aren't you, Frank? A hot-headed, underhanded hotshot paparazzi with nothing better to do than to invade people's privacy.
I try. You got a point?
You win, Frank. Let's work together. Jesse and I are DHS agents. And yes, we are looking for the man in that picture.
You're with Homeland Security? Is that guy a terrorist or something? I took that picture in the entrance plaza. Right near the front door.
The entrance plaza. You're sure?
Hey! So do I have your permission to cover this story? Or not?
This scene here, I think, tells us a lot about the kind of man Frank is. He knows Brad is some sort of government agent because he is hunting down someone, Carlito probably, and Frank is trying to get some answers about what is going on and what Brad here is actually doing. Brad very obviously tells him that it's none of his business and that he doesn't want to work with Frank, but Frank has some cards up his sleeve that he decides to play to get Brad to play along with him so he can help thicken his story a bit. He shows Brad a photo of a person that he found interesting, Dr. Barnaby, the old man from the beginning of the game. And it's very clear that Brad does find this person interesting, with Brad showing clear interest in the photo. But Frank withholds information about this man to see if he can get more information out of Brad in exchange for it. He doesn't care about helping Brad, a government agent, actually do his job, but he cares about getting more information for his story. He's not trying to help or save people, he's just trying to make more glory for himself. He is being just an arse at this point, just for the sake of being an arse, to get more information. It's clear that Frank doesn't care about what others feel about him as long as he gets what he believes he needs. He needs to fulfill his job as a journalist, which is kind of funny because both men are unwavering in their jobs. Brad wants to do everything by the book and get his job done for the government, only letting Frank into the investigation when he feels he's forced into doing so, as he needs the information that Frank has. The two men are very similar, and more similar than most people will probably realize. But now with Brad, we head back to the entrance plaza in order to find Dr. Barnaby. But first, I had Frank do some working out to get some bonus PP points. Again, something that the open world allows you to do. Engage with these open world activities that don't even indicate that they are an activity themselves, but are hidden Easter egg things that can reward you for doing them. And here we are now in Alfresca Plaza, which is an outside area with mainly some places to eat and of course the gym, a hardware store, but more importantly, the fun part of this area, it's the second most densely packed area in the game, with as the days proceed, more and more zombies will get packed into this area, making it almost impossible to get through without getting grabbed on the third day. Also, there is a secret SMG in the fountain, which we are going to grab and take with us. But actually heading to the entrance plaza, we can find Dr. Barnaby, who, much to the displeasure of Brad, does not come with him.
Sir, if you could just kindly come with us, we can wrap this whole thing up.
No, I'm not leaving until you can
Absolutely,
guarantee
sir.
me safe
If you
passage
just open
through
this
these.
gate. Just open
No.
this gate. It's for
I am
your
not
protection.
opening any gate. Thank you very much. I'm going to stay right here.
Dr.
where it's
Barnaby,
safe.
sir.
Thank you and
Doc,
goodbye.
Dr. Barnaby. Doc.
Well, what happened? You can't just arrest him?
He turned down my offer to protect him. Said he isn't going anywhere until I can guarantee a secure route out of here. Jesse has a direct line to HQ. The first thing we need to do is to call for backup.
Well, Brad now says that we should head back to the safe room and regroup with Jesse to contact their higher-ups. But we need to go in the closet, the shop, to save our first survivor on the run proper, Bill, who is hiding in the closet, and we need to help him out of it. Yes, this game was made in 2006 and it has a lot of that sort of humor, and it definitely has that era in its DNA, with a whole lot of sex or sexual innuendos, and the original has some things that would definitely be deemed as racist in today's world. 20 years ago was a very different world. But with our good friend Bill here, we fight our way back through Alfresca Plaza, in which we get another scoop, the barricade pair, a pair of survivors who have barricaded themselves in, but at first one of the men here is a bit mean, but with a couple of stern boots to his face, he gives up and we tell him to chill out. And now we offer him a place at the safe house, so we grab him and his friend Aaron and bring them along with us. But finally we can also find Leah in Alfresca as well, a mother who seemingly lost her daughter.
I'll find your baby for you, lady.
Just leave me alone! They hate her! Right in front of me! Oh God, please.
What, you want to stick around with... Come on! I'm not gonna let you...
For supposedly how silly and goofy the Dead Rising series is, this is pretty heavy and pretty dark, don't you think? No, I'm just telling lies. Dead Rising has always been a very serious game. Yes, it does have funny one-liners and little quirks to its dialogue, but at its core, it's trying to tell a very serious and quite powerful narrative. It's very real and it looks into the darker parts of a zombie apocalypse, a mother watching her daughter die, sisters be killed, brothers, husbands, wives, sons, whatever, being killed and people having to watch that happen. Here we are seeing a mother who watched her own daughter get ripped apart by the zombies, and we are having to listen to her break down crying over it. And this wasn't lost in the second game, but the new developers who were handed the Dead Rising keys definitely lost sight of what made Dead Rising 1 so special. Dead Rising 1 has a very serious tone to it, but you then juxtapose that with the goofy shit that you can do in-game. Flash kick a zombie's head off, wear kids' clothing, throw a bench at something. The way you play the game and the story and tone it's setting out are two very different things. It's a perfect balance with these very serious missions and serious objectives juxtaposed with the gameplay itself. This is something Dead Rising 1 was a master at, balancing its scales in both sections, the goofiness of the gameplay and the seriousness of the game. Even my personal favourite, Dead Rising 2, I definitely think started to go a bit too silly with its story and enemies and the overall narrative, but it still was a very grounded and serious story with great themes spread throughout it that looked at a very different kind of exploitation in Las Vegas. But of course, when you then go into Dead Rising 3, it got even sillier, and Dead Rising 4 was basically unrecognizable as a Dead Rising game. I do believe Dead Rising 1 is the perfect balance for Dead Rising of its tones. Even I love Dead Rising 3, but I still see it was way too silly and it didn't take its narrative serious enough. It was way too much a basic action movie plot in my eyes, and that is what Dead Rising 1 was trying not to do. That is what Frank West as a character was the complete opposite of. He wasn't meant to be the generic superhero action movie star, but Dead Rising 3 and even Dead Rising 2, both Chuck and Nick definitely do fit that bill, and don't even get me started on 4. But with our large party of 4, we start to make our way back to the safe room as the sun itself starts to set, but in the storage room, Frank has a little encounter with a little buzzy friend.
Shit!
Stamping on the bee or hornets, way, Watford, it kills all the zombies within a close proximity, which seems like good information to remember if we ever see one of these queens again. These are the queens, and some zombies will spawn with a big red spot. Hitting them hard enough or killing them will cause the queen to be dislodged, allowing us to grab it and then throw it and kill it. Basically turns it into a little bomb that you can throw at a group of zombies when you need it. They're kind of like a get out of jail free card, so when you're surrounded you just throw it on the floor and kills every zombie around you, and they are actually a great way to kill a bunch of zombies very quickly. So whenever you see a queen, make sure you grab it and just throw it at a group of zombies to kill them. But with our group, we now make a safe return to the safe room, and heading back out of the safe room, we can go meet this photographer that Otis informed us about.
Hey you! You're in my way! Can't you see I'm hard at work? I'm trying to take some pictures here. You've got a nice camera there yourself. But you...
Sorry about that. You know I
think you're a professional, huh? Uh-huh. Do you really appreciate the weight the word if you don't have the talent, you can't just use that word like you own it.
The name's Frank West. I'll just get out of your hair.
Okay, why don't I do you a favor? Don't be shy now, Frankie. Here, I'll even model. Show me what you can do, and I'll be the judge. What a great idea, huh?
Kent is, in my opinion, the best psychopath in this game. He is a psychopath, and he is a very passionate photographer who graciously takes Frank under his wing to teach him about the art form of photography, acting as basically an extended tutorial about timings for taking photos and getting bonuses for them. But Kent be shown to be very similar to Frank and will be showing what Frank could have become if he didn't have a change of character throughout the game. But after his lesson, he decides to review the work we did taking photos of him.
Well, it's in focus. And, the composition's okay, I suppose. Uh-huh. That ain't half bad. Okay, here comes the next one, Frankie. But first, feast your eyes on my work. Now this is my most emotionally moving shot. Now this is my funniest shot. Okay. This is my most violent shot. Check it out. Okay, here's the deal, Frankie. You gotta go out there and take even better pictures than the ones I just showed you. You think you can handle that, huh?
Yeah.
I love Kent so much. He's one of the best characters in this game, and I actually quite like his new voice actor. I know not a lot of people are sold on him, but I do like his new voice actor. But he has challenged us to take a better photo than him, which is to get an outtake photo with a score of 500 or more, which is really, really easy to do, which might indicate to us that Kent isn't that good of a photographer. Now, there is a big change with Kent's dialogue here. In the original, instead of saying, "This is my most funniest shot," he says, "This is my sexiest shot," and shows a picture of a woman in her underwear cowering on the floor. This was changed, and of course this was probably changed because it was controversial and problematic in the eyes of the developers and modern audiences, of course. But do I think it makes a negative change to his character? Not really, to be honest. A lot of people say that Kent was meant to be this creep weirdo that takes photos of anything, but I don't think it doesn't make that big of a difference in my eyes. I think Kent's character should have been more focused on the violence of the zombie apocalypse and trying to record that at all costs. Think about a nature photographer who takes videos and photographs of like a baby seal being eaten to death by a whale or a other animal, whatever, being killed by something. They just watch it. And Kent, I think, is meant to show how dehumanizing the role of being a photographer and a journalist can actually be, and obviously is meant to be a foil to Frank as a character. The sexual photo, yes, is a change and does change his character a bit from being someone that is a creep to now just being this weird guy that is interacting with the apocalypse in a very odd way. But I think he's meant to be more of a mirror to yourself, making you reflect on how you're treating the apocalypse, how you're behaving. Are you just dicking about with the zombies, putting the funny helmets on the zombies and then taking photos of them? Are you taking these gory photos that make you feel glorious or whatever? It still makes you reflect on what you're doing. The change with the erotica theme of photos, I think, doesn't make that big of a difference in overall. And if you ask me, it actually makes Kent more unique. There is a psychopath who is sexual, who is a creep, and I think this change makes that psycho feel way more unique and Kent more distinct as well. Kent is focused more on the violence and what the zombies are and making sure that he can record all stages of the zombie apocalypse. But the last time we meet him, he tries to turn someone and take photos of it as it's happening. This change to me suits him way more. Yes, it's a change, but change isn't always bad. Don't get me wrong. I think this is the one change that I think is tactfully done, in my opinion, and actually does work. But yeah, we need to go get a photo for him now that is more funny, and this is so easy to do. If you want a tip to do it really easily, going to the kids store on the other side of this area in Paradise, grab some helmets, throwing them on a zombie's head, and then just take a photo. You only need one zombie with a helmet on and you'll get 1,000 points for it. But now we head outside into the park to get some air.
You missed, loser! Yeah, you suck! Yo, look over there! Hey! All right, looks like we found our next contestant!
We're gonna take out that dude and snatch his old lady.
Here we go! Take it easy! Shut up!
Well, it seems some prisoners got loose and got their hands on some military-grade equipment, acting as our first proper psychopath boss fight that is optional. Most of the psychos in this game are optional. Some of them are tied to the main campaign, but again, the main campaign is also optional, so technically every psycho in the game is optional. And the prisoners are probably one of the most annoying to actually deal with. They're not hard, they're just annoying to deal with because, again, they're in a fucking car. But with our sniper rifle in hand, we have a sniping battle in the nighttime and we just slowly chip away at their health, eventually killing them. But also, as I was doing this fight, something happened to the zombies. And nighttime. It's basically nighttime. At night, like every great zombie game, the zombies get even more angry, with them doing more damage, being more aggressive, in which they move faster and they're more grabby, but also they are way more durable. The zombies at night take significantly more damage, with most of the weapons that would one-shot, now some of them two-shot. So it makes fighting them at night more scary, and I love this. Genuinely, I love this. I love when the game just changes something very simple, like how durable the zombies are and how much damage they do, because it makes you have to change the way you're playing if you're not as familiar with the game. Of course, with me, with the mini chainsaw, you can just very easily just slash your way through them and deal with them very easily. but if you're new to the game and you're juggling weapons constantly, a lot of the weapons will really struggle at night with dealing with them. But also, the lack of music that the mall has, as it is completely turned off because the mall is shut now and all the lights are off, it is so much creepier, and in the deluxe remaster, it works so well. I think the horror for Dead Rising 1 in this remaster is amazing. A lot of people complain about the lighting. I think they're wrong. I think the lighting looks really good and it is done really well in this game. It feels so lived in and so just real, and it feels so creepy at night, and I adore it. To me, this is something that the original Dead Rising on the 360 and the remaster lacked heavily, was that horror element that I think the intro was trying to demonstrate to us, that this is meant to be scary, this is meant to be a true zombie apocalypse, and the nighttime fulfills that fantasy that I adore so much. Just like Dying Light, when the night comes, you better have some luck on your side. But the prisoners are pretty annoying, and we can save a woman whose boyfriend just got neganed by them. Killing them, we can grab the HMG on the top of their Hummer, and then we can quickly escort the women back to the safe room. Now, with this HMG, we are going to save it for a specific boss fight just to make it a tad bit easier. But at the safe room, we can regroup with the gang and what is going on.
So that's what Dr. Barnaby said, huh?
The old coot's not dumb. He wants us to call for help first. We got a line out or what?
The signal's being blocked. I can't even contact HQ on the emergency line.
So, if we want to get our hands on Dr. Barnaby, we're gonna have to secure a way out of here ourselves. Alright, we gotta deal with the situation we've been handed. The boneheads back at HQ might be working on something too.
There's a helicopter coming. 3 days from now. At noon, it's my ride.
Is your ride reliable?
Absolutely. That's how I plan on getting out of here.
Alright then. I'll see to it that the DHS picks up the charter fee. Can we take Dr. Barnaby as well?
Sure. As long as you tell me what's going on.
Okay. I'll tell you what you want to know. Later. We have more pressing business right now. If we have to wait here for 3 days, we'll need supplies. Water, blankets and the like. We'll get Dr. Barnaby here tomorrow morning. I want you to keep an eye on the monitors.
And Frank here actually informs the group of his helicopter coming back for him, and he will help them as long as they tell him what is going on. Again, doing something kind with the predisposition that he gets something that he wants out of it. But this time he told them first about the helicopter, but asked after the fact for something in return, showing that he is changing a bit and is becoming more kinder as the time goes on and as he's exposed more and more to the apocalypse. But now we have some free time to kill before the next main mission. So I grabbed the secret SMG in Paradise Plaza, which is just up here. If you jump on this ledge, run along and you can find it. And 2 key books we're going to need in the main bookshop here. These 2 will give durability to a certain weapon that we're going to be relying on for basically the entire run. Now a lot of side stuff now, because this is a big extended break sequence, which allows you to really explore them all at this point and allows you to just have a bit of freedom and start familiarizing yourself with it. So first of all, I darted back to North Plaza and back to the gun shop to get some new weapons, mainly a sniper rifle and a shotgun. But unfortunately, the gun shop owner has come back.
Look, mister, if we're gonna fight these zombies, we need guns!
Stay back! I trust those damn zombies about as far as I can throw them, but I trust people even less.
Don't shoot! Look, let's talk this over.
You can talk to my 12 gauge. Don't get no closer, or I'll blow you all to kingdom come.
Hey, hang on.
Now, goddammit, I warned you. In a situation like this, I can't afford to trust nobody.
Seems the shopkeep isn't too happy with him killing the man next to us. We do what any sane American does. Unload a magazine on him, and with the HMG, we kill him extremely quickly.
Damn, mister. Come on now. What are you, crazy? You want guns so bad that y'all are willing to kill for them?
Let me go! Hey, please! Hey, wait!
Carlito as a boss is very clearly tying into the idea of not trusting anyone in an apocalypse, which leads to him being willing to cross the line of killing innocent people who just need the protection of his weapons to save themselves. He believes that they could potentially lead to his death, and unfortunately for him, his distrust leads him to be on the receiving end of the HMG. And he kind of also says something about gun control and how far people are willing to go to protect their God-given rights, even though it leads to others being harmed. And I will tell you something that might surprise you: guns are not a God-given right. They were given to you by politicians, not God themselves. Something Burgerland, no free healthcare, ambulance is basically an expensive black cab in terms of price per ride. He clearly is meant to be tying into the idea of the traditional American ideology about gun control and how dangerous it can be, and killing him, he even states how you will kill people over guns, which, fuck me, that is very, very realistic, and this applies heavily in today's world with fucking how common gun violence is in America at the moment, and how common political violence is becoming as well. People are so willing to kill each other over their agendas, believing it's the only way to fulfill said agenda, that it's actually leading to the complete wrong message being put across. We weren't killing Cletus for the guns. We were killing him because he was going to kill us. But with Cletus dead, we now head in and grab a new sniper rifle, a shotgun, and grabbed the big gun again and headed out of North Plaza into the next area, with Otis informing us of something going wrong in Wonderland Plaza. The next area we are heading to. The Wonderland Plaza is the kid entertainment area of the mall, with not only a big kid play area, a soft play area, but this massive roller coaster ride thingamabobber, which is completely out of control at the moment. So heading up there, we try to put a stop to it, but someone doesn't let us do this.
Stay away from that, Gramps! Huh? Everyone used to laugh at me. I was a walking punchline. But not anymore. When the zombies came, everyone died. That's why I decided to give all the happy people a lift on this fun ride. I won't let you stop the ride, Gramps. If the ride stops, then the zombies come back. And that won't be any fun at all.
I love Adam the Clown, not only because he is a very intimidating presence with the bloody dolls indicating dead children, he's also one of the most deadly bosses in Dead Rising in general, with his entire moveset having a move that allows him to attack you in every situation, from close range, medium range, and even long range. He even has a counter attack to stop you from just hitting him over and over again when he gets stuck in a block. He also has a block. Not all bosses have a block, and this is what makes the psychopaths so good. All of them are different in how they fight. They have different moves which they can use. Adam is the most deadly. He has everything in his arsenal to attack you with, but some will not have a close range attack, so they will try to maintain distance as much as possible so they can actually attack you. Some of them can't block. They can only attack you, making them way more aggressive. But it's not only that, the ways they attack and the environments you fight them in change how they play so much and make each boss fight so different. Despite Dead Rising's simple combat system, the way that they have the bosses play out makes it so much more interesting. And I think what something like Dead Rising 2 and Dead Rising 3 really did run well with and actually did improve upon were the psychopath bosses. Dead Rising 1, they're fairly simple overall, which is fine. I love them, but there was definitely room to to grow, and I think the psychopaths were fully realized in Dead Rising 3 with how they used the environment to actually make the bosses feel so much more alive and more character filled. But here they're great. I love every performance for all of them in both games. Yeah, you can definitely argue one or the other, but I think they're both great, and I love every psycho in this game. There isn't one that I dislike, which is pretty good when every boss is good in a game. There's no boss that's super annoying and too annoying to deal with. They're all fun, unique, and great bosses, and most importantly, they're all memorable. I remember every boss in this game, and that is something that's very hard to achieve, and even something like Dead Rising 3 hasn't done. I don't remember every boss in Dead Rising 3, but Dead Rising 1 and as well as 2, I remember all the bosses. It makes the game so much more iconic and adds a level of character to the game. But also, the psychopaths are a reflection of different issues people would be facing during the apocalypse, mainly people going insane. My love for Adam doesn't only stem from his gameplay side of him being the most fun boss to actually fight, but also into his character. Adam went insane after watching the zombies consume the audience that he was performing for, and he was so traumatized by this sight that he went fully insane and turned into a psycho, and he believed that he needed to spread fun and cheer everywhere to ensure that everyone remained alive. He believed that the ride was the key to this fun and happiness and keeping people alive. He needed to keep it running so the zombies wouldn't be able to reach them and turn them into these miserable zombies. The zombies represent in Adam's case the general mall goer, people that are just going through the motions. That is what the zombies represent even in Dawn of the Dead. They're just the normal people that just go to the mall and just sort of trot along and not do anything. They don't engage, they don't have fun, they don't have cheer, they just are there. They're there to consume, they're there to just be, not really do anything impactful. So Adam trying to do everything in his power could represent the idea of the entertainment industry really failing to reach the general audience and population with them not engaging with most of the content that they're putting out, which, fuck me, really does apply nowadays, doesn't it? With many different forms of entertainment really struggling to break back into the mainstream media because people are just bored of shit. Movies, TV shows, video games, books, anything. All of these entertainment formats have seen steadily declines in the amount of people engaging with them, mainly because of money and people not being able to afford them. So instead of doing the normal thing and making them more affordable or less expensive, they do the opposite. They try and make it flashy. They talk about all these new great things and try to push these new products out that barely work but seem cool, that might grab the attention of the general audience. In Adam's case and in the early 2000s, this would be a fucking roller coaster ride inside of a mall, which I know in America, fairly common. Here in the UK, fucking unheard of. But him wanting it to go on forever and ever represents that cycle of media where they have to keep pumping out content over and over and over and over again. And it turns Adam, the producer, the entertainer, the content creator, whoever he's meant to reflect, insane as he's trying to appease an audience that doesn't actually really care. It's extremely smart. Dead Rising is really smart with its psychos. They tell such intricate stories and very nuanced messages within them that I think many people just ignore and just go, that's a funny clown. Clown got insane with 2 chainsaw. I kill clown. But it's more than that. Adam represents so much more than that to me, and all the psychos have this level of detail to them as characters, which I think is what makes Dead Rising such a masterpiece in its storytelling. And this is an art form I think is completely lost in modern games, and especially in Dead Rising 4. It's such a simple thing, but it tells so much to us, and again, links to that original story of Dawn of the Dead and its themes of American overconsumption, the overconsumption of media that eventually tires people out. I could go on for hours about just Adam, but I hope you see the point that I'm trying to make with the psychos, that they are these extremely layered and deep characters that just add so much narrative depth and just world building to the world that it makes it so much more engaging to dive into and makes Dead Rising way more complex than people give it credit for. But also, if you want to know, Adam is kind of right. If he keeps the ride going, anyone on the ride, Mr. Beast style, just going around circles and circles forever, will have survived the apocalypse as long as they have food and water and they can go to the toilet. They will survive, as the zombies cannot reach them, but unfortunately we need to stop it because there is someone on it we need to save. So we beat up Adam and he dies in a rather gory death. Now, what I like about Adam's death, with it being the first one, is you might notice something about Frank here. Frank is known for making cheesy one-line jokes when he kills someone, a la Dead Rising 2. Frank doesn't actually do that. He never really did. I don't know why they gave Frank this. He does occasionally, especially later in the game with the main story bosses, but with most of the psychopaths, he doesn't make a cheesy one-liner or make fun of them. He looks genuinely disgusted and disturbed by what he is seeing. This is meant to be serious, not a joke. If you want to know where the cheesy one-liner thing really came from, it was Chuck. Chuck Green from Dead Rising 2. He's the one that's actually the cool, collected, cheesy one-liner guy that says something when a character dies. They gave this to Frank in Off the Record, and I don't really understand why. Frank is meant to be fucking played serious, and I think that's for the best with Frank's character if he's an extremely serious character. And I'm actually happy he doesn't make a one-liner or make a joke of Adam's death, because it is something that I think should be seen with some seriousness to it. He saw a man fully insane kill himself by falling on his chainsaws. He saw his guts get ripped out of his body and pile out. It's meant to be this horrific moment that's disturbing and shows how far people are gone in the apocalypse. So should it be treated with a cheesy one-liner, making it a la Resident Evil, or should we respect the source material it's pulling from and look into what it means and shows us the downfall of the human race with Dawn of the Dead? And fortunately, the original Dead Rising does follow this. And I'm so sick of Frank being treated like he is a wisecracking, joke-making character a la Tony Stark, Robert Downey Jr. He's not. He's a serious guy. He's there to tell his story and figure out what's going on. He isn't Chuck Green. A lot of the things that people like about Frank West, in my opinion, came from Chuck Green first, who is a completely different character. But they kind of merged the two in a way, so both are like the same character now in modern times, which I don't like. But here, I love it. I love Dead Rising 1 Frank. I think he's the best version of Frank, and I'm glad he's serious and not a jokester. But with Adam dead, he gives us the card that allows us to stop the ride, allowing us to actually save one of the Willamette workers. But also here, we receive Adam's mini chainsaw weapons, and this is what you get for defeating the many different psychos spread throughout the world. You often receive their weapons, and these weapons are often some of the best weapons in the entire game, with the mini chainsaw here being the best weapon in the game, hands down, other than the achievement weapons like the Mega Man Blaster, but that don't count. And the mini chainsaw here for our run will act as our main base weapon, but I will be honest, it really doesn't matter. There is like 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 different weapons in this game that can easily be your base weapon. The machete is a great one. Even just using any weapon you find on the floor is fine. The heavy emphasis on the mini chainsaw for Dead Rising runs, I kind of think defeats the purpose of the game. If you want my opinion, don't rely on this weapon for the entire game. You'll get extremely bored extremely quickly. Juggle weapons, that is the way Dead Rising is meant to be played. But to ensure that the mini chainsaw will last the entire run, we will be grabbing 3 different books in order to boost its durability, with 2 of them being found in Paradise Plaza, which is great for us, and 1 of them being found in the Entrance Plaza. That's also something in this game that I'm going to highlight is the books. Books act as a boost that you can have. You trade one of your inventory slots for a book that gives you a boost to something, be it PP gain when taking photos, durability using a certain type of weapon, or many other things, the amount of health you get from eating food. There's some great books out there, and it really does encourage you to hold on to them. Unfortunately, the game doesn't really explain books to you at all. So when I was younger, I thought you just had to read the books to get the boost, and then you could throw the book away. No, you have to keep the book on you. But also with food, you can mix them together to get smoothies. Smoothies are great. They give a couple of different benefits, which are fine, with the best one being the speed up one, the one that allows you to run really fast. I'll be honest, I don't really use these that much in Dead Rising 1. I use them more in 2 because I find them more useful in 2 because 2 has a much bigger map, so the increased speed is greatly appreciated. But I don't really use them here. You have more than enough time. You don't need to piss about making smoothies. They are fun though. They actually give some great benefits, like nectar allows you to get a free queen once you consume it, so you can easily kill off a bunch of zombies. But again, it's experimentation that leads to bonuses, benefits. That's what Dead Rising wants to encourage you, to experiment as much as possible with the stuff that you have access to. But with our mini chainsaw, we can take the Willamette worker back to the security room, making sure to grab these 2 Japanese tourists who come with you once you find a translation book to communicate with them, which is something also this game does, but it doesn't use enough in my opinion, which is having a specific item in your inventory that you need to have to get other survivors to do something, using an item item to fulfill a side quest. It's something I find really cool, but they didn't do it enough. It's done like 4, 5, or 6 times throughout the game, and it never really feels that impactful. It feels very half-baked, but it's a cool idea, and it does show a level of interactivity between the world and the NPCs, which is something that the game needs to do to make sure that the world is tied to its characters, to show the world more as a character. But following the worker, he now shows us a shortcut in this bathroom back to Paradise Plaza, meaning we don't need to run through most of the mall to get back to Paradise. We can just use this quick shortcut to go from Paradise to Wonderland. This is something the game does really, really well. It allows you to figure out and find the best paths around the mall, and it will allow you to save as much time as possible when going back and forth between these shortcuts, obviously making it easier to get a perfect run as you can shave minutes off of your travel time. But one complaint I have, I would love if these would get marked on your map once you found them, especially with the new games map. I really wish there was a new marking for shortcut that showed where they went, because sometimes it's not obvious where a shortcut goes and you really do have to remember them. Obviously, coming back to this game 2-3 years later, you kind of forget some things, and I didn't really use many of the shortcuts during my time playing it again, because I will be honest, I completely forgot some of them existed. They're fine. They allow you to travel anywhere you need to from where you need to be. So from Paradise Plaza, we can go anywhere. The only place that we can't travel directly to, the food court and Alfresca. Oh, and north. It's actually a lot of places. But now taking back the Willamette worker to the safe room, we go back to the security room and Brad has something to say to us.
Yo, Frank, give me a hand here.
Hey. What gives?
Considering the helicopter and all, we have to work together. But that doesn't mean we can tell you everything. And everything we do tell you can't necessarily be printed.
Yeah, so?
So, I just want you to appreciate the situation.
Well, we're up to our necks in zombies. Yeah, I think I appreciate the situation just fine.
Zombies. I still can't believe all this, you know? Seems so unreal.
You all right there?
Yeah, I got it.
You should rest a while, Brad.
You go ahead and catch some sleep first. We can switch in 4 hours, okay?
With Brad and Frank now fully agreeing to actually work together, hopefully their mission out of the mall will start going more smoothly. But we have some more scoops to investigate, so heading back to the North Plaza for the Shadow of the North Plaza scoop, we can find David cowering in a corner, and he mentions he tried to get some food from the supermarket, but someone said he was shoplifting and chased him out, injuring him. So we need to carry David all the way back to the safe room, and once the clock goes over to the next day, the prisoners will respawn. The prisoners will reappear once a day, ensuring that the leisure park isn't always a safe place, which is a good thing. I understand why this might be annoying to some people, but the leisure park is such a simple area and it's so easy just to run across it. Having the prisoners respawn ensures that it's not a safe area for you that you can just casually, leisurely stroll through. You always need to be on your guard because once the day turns over, you're gonna have to fight them again. It also just makes the park a bit more engaging because the prisoners are actually fun to fight. But having taken David all the way back to the safe house, we actually have a little bit of free time, so I quickly went to the maintenance tunnel to grab a key item, the maintenance tunnel key, allowing us to access the maintenance tunnel from the entire mall. The maintenance tunnel will act as the best way to travel across the map quickly, as every part of the map is connected to the maintenance tunnels, and using a vehicle is much faster than running. But for now, we need to wait a little bit until we can actually do anything. So I dicked about for a bit, looking about and doing some kill farming in the tunnel to get a little bit of XP. But at 6 AM, we head back to the security room in which the gang has something to show us.
that can't be good. What's going on, anyway?
Before this whole thing started, someone called the professor and told him to come to this mall.
Jack the line, did you? So is this the caller, this guy here? They've got something to do with the zombies, don't they?
They're the reason we came here. And if he gets away with Dr. Barnaby, none of our questions will be answered.
It seems Carlito is also after a Dr. Barnaby, telling us that Dr. Barnaby is of extreme importance to not only Carlito, but also these government agents. He is extremely important, like extremely important. Carlito is the dangerous individual, and him having Dr. Barnaby means he's in danger now. So this leads to Brad hurrying over as fast as possible to the entrance plaza, and we follow suit.
Don't be daydreaming out here. Someone's shooting from the floor above.
Pachamama.
Hey, it's the professor.
Look out! If we don't do something, the professor's gonna end up zombie Chapman. I'm going for it. You just worry about staying alive. Got it?
Well, now we enter another boss fight with Carlito, and our preparation by getting some of them guns makes it extremely easy, with us abusing angles and lines of sight with a sniper rifle to very quickly defeat Carlito. But Brad gets himself injured during the fight.
I'll be fine. Just take care of the professor. Go.
Okay. He's unconscious, but alive.
Ah, damn.
You all right?
Yeah, but I'm not in any condition to carry him. Can you get him back to the security room?
Brad! Oh my god! The sedative's taken effect. The professor won't be waking up anytime soon. I managed to stop the bleeding, but he's running a fever. He needs medicine.
A fever. Medicine, huh?
With Brad now out of action for now due to being hit by a bullet, of course he gets sick almost immediately from the gunshot wound. It's normal, you can get sick from getting shot, but we need to go out and grab some medicine for him from the supermarket in the North Plaza. And after reaching the supermarket, someone is in the store with us, seemingly running around with a trolley.
came to vandalize my store, huh? Not on my watch!
Someone's been hurt. I need medicine.
Hurt? That's just what this bitch said when she came to vandalize my store! I don't take kindly to vandalism. I won't allow it! Listen to me, and listen good, partner. I don't allow vandalism in my store!
This is Stephen Chapman, a worker or manager of the supermarket here, and he has gotten quite angry about his store being looted and desecrated by people in the apocalypse, making it his whole mission to defend and maintain the supermarket. A very selfish individual. And by the way, yes, people are like this. People do exist like this because guess what? I work with people like this who make it their whole fucking life to maintain something that does not care about them, i.e. a supermarket. Yes, I work in the supermarket. Leave me alone. They make it their whole goddamn lives running the fucking store, and I find it extremely sad that it's their entire life that they work for a massive corporation and want to please them so much, but the corporation doesn't give them anything. But what does Chapman here, Stephen, actually represent? Could he represent, you know, a boss, whatever? He could be, you know, the boss that doesn't really understand what's going on in your life, doesn't respect it. He could be that. He could be a boss that you try to be honest with, say like, hey, you know, I got shit going on in my life, I need some time off, and they go, nah, you're staying here, you gotta work. They could be that kind of boss, but I don't think it's that. I think what Chapman is more meant to represent is how corporations will not help anyone during their times of need. Big, massive supermarkets, food production places, Nestle, Mars Company, Coca-Cola Company, all these companies, I bet during the apocalypse will not share any of their products and give them out for free to help people because it's their business, it's their store. I think that's what Chapman's meant to represent, how selfish big companies can be. When the people desperately need help, they will not help. I mean, fuck me, we're seeing it now in society. A lot of people can't afford food. I think especially in America, it's a lot worse with like the price of things like eggs being fucking ridiculous in America. Like, man, you guys pay that for eggs? But big supermarkets that you lot shop at, which, I don't know, what the fuck do you guys shop at? Walmart? Target? The Target sell food? Walgreens? I don't know. I'm British. We got Tesco, Aldi, Lidl, Asda, Sainsbury's. These businesses will not drop their prices to help the average Joe. They will keep increasing and increasing and increasing prices because they need to make record profits. That's normal. That's what all businesses want. They want to make record profits even though that's impossible. That's why prices are so sky high. Businesses are so scared to take a loss for 1 year that they will increase the prices more and more significantly because they know that if there is a decrease in the percentage profit from last year, so year-to-date profit, that they will scare off their investors. Their investors will see, oh shit, this company's dying, it's starting to plateau, there's no more money being made. Instead of being, yeah, it's a hard time for the economy, people aren't spending as much, maybe we should just maintain the prices and just achieve the same. No, you got to make more money. More money is important. And this is why the price of everything's going up, why the price of cheese, ham, butter, milk, bread, everything is going up significantly because these companies don't give jack diddly squat care about you. They just want to increase their profit margins and make sure that they're doing better than last year profit wise. And that is what Chapman here represents. He represents business bigwigs that just don't care about the people. They only care about the money and making sure they make as much as possible.
My store. My store. Who will run my store when I'm gone? My store. My food. My sales. My customers. Have a nice day. Clean up! Register 6!
is shown with him dying, clinging and hanging onto the register. He's physically holding onto his money, the point where they actually make the money. That's the only thing he gives a fuck about, is the register. He doesn't care about all the products or the produce that's on sale. He only cares about what's in that register, what money that shop takes home at the end of the week. That's all these people care about. Not the value that they're providing or the service or the product they're selling, but the money they make at the end of the day. That's it. I honestly don't think he's dead. I think Chapman here just passed out and Frank just left him and probably the zombies ate him. So yeah, he's probably dead, or he might have woken up and run off. Now Frank is left with Chapman's trolley and the woman we saw in it who was at Entrance Plaza. And the game helpfully flashes you back to that memory to remind you of who this woman is.
Back in the land of the living, you're one tough cookie. Can you stand? Look, I saw you at the entrance yesterday. You needed medicine too. Maybe we should work together.
I don't need any help. You people don't know a thing. You're the ones who caused this nightmare. You ruined Santa Cabeza and started all of this.
I'm sure the prettiest woman in that room was important to the story after all, but she's horrified by the sight of Frank and runs off. So that's not very nice. Worst she can say is no, lads. But she blames us for what is going on. But she drops a clue for us, a place called Santa Cabeza, a place where all of this begun. But how did we, Frank West, American citizen who is not involved with the government at all, cause the outbreak of zombies? That is something that we need to figure out, but it's clear that the general population was somewhat to blame for what happened at Santa Cabeza. But with the manager dead on the floor, the customers start to pour into the shop. So we grab the pharmacy keys and head in and grab the first aid kit. And we can also take his trolley and run around with it and run over the zombies. It's a fun little weapon. But before heading back to give Brad his life-saving medicine, we need to help these lovers here out, with Ross being injured and he believes he cannot be saved and tries to convince us to let him kill himself by giving him a gun. If you do just that, give him a gun, he will just kill himself immediately in front of his girlfriend. So don't do that. Keep talking to him and convince him to come with you or let you take him to the safe house. And on the way to the safe house in the Alfresco Plaza, we can find another survivor in the hardware store, Gordon, who is extremely scared, so we need to physically hit him to snap him out of his terror, allowing him to join us. And with these, we can actually get back to the safe house, turn these three in, and then give the medicine to Jesse for Brad. And then heading immediately back out, as we have to wait for a little bit, we can find two more survivors just in Paradise Plaza, Pamela and Heather, twin sisters, and with them we can quickly return just in time for the next day mission at 11 AM. Frank has now been awake for 23 hours. His coffee game must be on point. Anyway, let's see what Jesse has to say.
He's stabilized. He should be fine for now. Are you alright? You have blood on you.
Huh? Oh. Yeah. Must be from that girl I saved.
Girl? Was she hurt?
I offered to help her, but she took off.
Can't really blame her for running from a guy with your looks.
Anyway. She was saying something about Santa Cabeza.
Santa Cabeza? I think I... Dr. Barnaby, you're awake.
Santa Cabeza. I should have known. I thought Santa Cabeza was over and done with. You plan to dispense justice now?
Calm down, Dr. Barnaby. We're only following orders. We have to protect you.
Protect? More like imprison.
Doctor, if we're going to protect you, we need to know the truth. All of it. Please, talk to us. I take it you know what Santa Cabeza is. Am I right?
fine. Well, I'll just get my information somewhere else. Thank you very much. Maybe if I can track down that woman again.
Well, seems the Doctor knows what happened at Santa Cabeza, and this event frightens him so much he almost just shuts down. But we know the location is of deep importance not only to what caused the outbreak, but also to Dr. Barnaby, and also Carlito and Isabella. But Dr. Barnaby specifically was some way, shape or form involved with the Santa Cabeza incident, as we shall refer it to. But now heading out, we almost immediately receive a scoop from Otis about a man in a restaurant getting rather distraught, and here we meet the biggest pain in your ass throughout your run, Ronald.
Hey, you've got some food, right?
Sorry, pal.
Trying to bogart it all for yourself, huh? And here I am, starving to death.
Ronald is a man who is starving to death, yeah sure, but giving him some food from the area we can guide him back to the safe house, under the belief that there is more food back there, and later on he will become a bit of a nuisance with food, but a bit on that later. Ronald is an interesting character because he ties into one of the key themes in Dead Rising, that is overconsumption. Ronald is a man that likes to eat a lot of food, and he was in a sandwich shop on his own, and he ate all the food in the sandwich shop, and he even asks us to get him food from another shop to feed him. He's already pretty fat, he's getting more food. Hey, I can make fun of fat people because I myself am one and was significantly heavier, so I'm gonna keep making fun of fat people. But with Ronald safely back at the safe house, we can now go meet up with Kent again for his photo challenge with the photo that we took earlier for his challenge.
Beginner's luck. That's all. Let's have one more. Just one more contest, Frank. Be here tomorrow at noon. We'll settle this.
Well, Kent isn't very happy about our success, proving that we are a better photographer than him, and he wants to do one more round, a double or nothing. Same time tomorrow, and he leaves us, but he doesn't tell us what to get, so he just fucks off and we have to wait for him to come back. But now we head off to Wonderland Plaza to find this lady cop that Otis informed us of. But before that, we quickly bounce over to North Plaza, and you might notice some purple posters start to appear on the wall, informing us of some sort of group meeting to survive the coming apocalypse. This is telling us that the cult has spawned. The cult is a new group that we will have to face, and we will meet them in just a little bit. But here in the North Plaza, we are more focused on these survivors who are being held prisoner, and investigating the home improvement shop, we can find someone isn't doing too good during the outbreak.
Name and rank, soldier.
You can't tell me, can you, fella? Oh yeah, I know why. It's because you're a mole. I'm right. Aren't I? You
are nothing but a filthy animal!
You, son, are gonna tell me where the guerrilla's hideout is. By the time I'm done beating information out of you, you are gonna be begging for death to come take you away.
Cliff is the most interesting character to talk about because his character was changed probably the most between the original and the remake.
Oh yeah, I know why. It's because your Viet Cong are nothing but a filthy communist!
In the original, Cliff makes some marks that tie him to the Vietnam War. These were changed, of course, to make it less problematic, and it does change his character a bit if you don't know about it, but Cliff is meant to be a Vietnam veteran, and his fight reflects his experience in Vietnam, with him using tunnels, which were used a lot by the natives in Vietnam to surprise American troops by ambushing them. This is what Cliff does to us. He uses his experience from Vietnam to do this, and he villainizes Frank in the original as a Viet Cong, and in this as just an enemy combatant, a communist. But Cliff is a really fun boss fight. He is super fun to fight, and he is one of the enemies. He's one of the bosses that has a really unique way of dealing with you and trying to fight you by using the tunnels and jumping on top of the rackings and throwing bombs down at you. And I really like his character. He is a really interesting character that dives into the interesting side of how governments villainize other countries, other sides of politics, and put normal everyday Joes against each other and force them into situations which mentally scar them. War is something that really should not exist, especially if the way it is done in real life. Many people are traumatized, physically hurt, and permanently damaged, disabled by going to war, and the government never really fixes this, and people are expected to just live with it. Cliff represents that, how the government failed him and forced him to fight in a war that didn't matter, and he suffered severe PTSD from it. He obviously saw his granddaughter get eaten by the zombies, and he saw them as the Viet Cong in the original, and in this game just enemy combatants. But I think changing it from being him saying they're Viet Cong to just being enemies, I think works better for his character and what the game is trying to outline, and actually makes it apply more nowadays. A Vietnam veteran is a bit of an outdated character type nowadays. Back then, yeah, it made sense. Vietnam was still very much on people's minds. The Cold War was still talked about and was still very impactful. Nowadays, not so much. What I think nowadays works more for this is the social and political divide in most countries. Obviously, recent years, recent months, politics has been very interesting here, not only in the UK, but also the US. It has been an us versus them, I've noticed, in almost every country. English versus the foreign, the non-English, the non-white. You get it, you get the point. This is what I'm trying to outline. And I think this outlines that idea of division between people. And I think it almost modernizes Cliff's message as a character way better than it did in the original game. I just think it's fine, and a lot of people said it was changed because it's racist, it's problematic. Could have been, definitely, but I think the way they changed it actually made it work a lot better, especially for nowadays, and actually means it won't age as much as that did in the original with the Vietnam references and everything. But it's very clear it's meant to be a us versus them thing. Like, it is. It's like you go on Twitter, you see a tweet from some random British woman talking about how they want to make England great again. They need Nigel Farage in, and they put up a video of the new England football team, like, recruits, and they're all young black teenagers, and great. They're all, you know, English men who have gotten their chance to be called up to the English national team, which they deserve fully if they've proven themselves. But because they're black, this random white Tommy Robinson loving crowd who want Farage as the next prime minister see it as a problem because they're not white, which I don't understand why that even has to come into any of this. Side note, I don't give a fuck where you're from. Most of the nicest people I ever met living in London were not white. Most of the most horrible people I knew were white in London. The people I had the grace of living next to in their flats who were drug addicts, absolute racist assholes, were all white. All the Muslims, Indians, Pakistanis, blacks, all the nicest people I've ever met. But man, scary times. And this is what this, I think, is trying to highlight to us, how division is trying to be sown into our society by big, old, miserable men who don't give a fuck about you. I feel like I've been talking about Farage so much recently, but it's just in the news constantly. I don't know, man. Our country's going to shit, and same with everywhere else. Just be nice to people, guys. Londonistan is not a thing. London has been going down the shitter for years because of who we have been voting for in Parliament. That's it. Trust me, it's not migration. It is not all that. They want you to be at odds with each other so they can distract you, so they can do whatever they want. But let's move along from my political ramblings and just my complete fucking annoyance of how my country is being run to back to the game. Quickly dealing with Cliff, because we have guns, we kill him extremely easily, and Cliff is meant to be a harder boss, but because you have guns, it's easier. And his death is rather quite tragic.
Here. Take this. My granddaughter. She was done in by those damn zombies. never scream. I just lost it. Everything went white suddenly. The war, it wasn't over. Not for me. It never ended.
As I said, Cliff is a really interesting character. The outbreak led to him having a PTSD break, believing that again he is at war again, reflects how the military or governments again will villainize and monsterize enemy countries, populations, and even fellow citizens to convince people to fight against them. Either soldiers against other countries, think Russia with Ukraine, how Israel vilifies Palestinians to force their people to attack them and encourage people to support them. Now it's the same thing with the US and migration, UK and migration and Muslims, and you get the point. They present it as something that needs to be dealt with, sorted, so the normal, true people, the true British can survive, so their way of life can survive, even though it doesn't really matter, because it will survive as long as you maintain it. But because the monsters that Cliff is calling them, the zombies, are reflective of just the normal people, it is meant to reflect how, when we do this, it's not us going against like an actual evil, it's us just going against our own selves. Me and you and your parents and your friends and whoever else are meant to be reflective of zombies in any media. And Cliff calling them monsters and communists or the Viet Cong, whatever, is him villainizing his own fellow people. It's what we are doing right now in our world. Well, what some people are doing right now in our world. How the UK is going with many people, how talking about migration's the biggest issue and villainizing the people that move here for a better life and are just not the problem. And obviously in the US with the large Latino and Latina population from the Southern American countries, but also obviously Middle Eastern countries as well, because that has also become a bigger issue as well, especially for some people. But that is what this is outlining, how this divide is completely nonsensical and it's just you going against your own people and your own, your own population, your own brothers and sisters, your own friends and family. They're exactly the same as you. But it's clear the actions of one institution, government and the military, for Cliff's case, has led many people to losing their grip on reality. And the outbreak is showing that insanity and mental instability can come from almost anywhere and can be influenced from very powerful things. And from one psycho to the very next, we meet the cult and their leader.
Behold! The end of the world is upon us. Death itself has overflowed upon the world, defiling us all. The only path to the salvation of the soul is the purging of the tainted blood. Huh? A non-believer in our midst. If we are to achieve salvation, his blood must flow! He must be purged! Spill his blood. The blood of the heretic!
Now, the cult members are the first human enemies that you cannot save that are not psychos. The cult are really fun enemies to fight because they are slow moving like the zombies, but they have a knife, they can run at you with a bomb and blow themselves up, a la suicide bomber, or they can throw something at you and knock you out and kidnap you. I really like the cult because they are a completely different type of enemy that is so fun to engage with, and they are actually really annoying to deal with because there is always so many of them. But the cult here is spreading the gospel from Sean. The gospel is complete word soup that doesn't mean anything, and I think this character, Sean, as well, applies so much more now than it ever has, with how people are so trusting individuals who can speak very well and who present themselves as higher than thou or more important. It's honestly very scary how easily some people are convinced to believe in something, with this currently being seen in the UK with the rise of certain party I'm not going to keep talking about, but it's being seen a lot over recent years and it's only getting worse seemingly. I've noticed a lot of things about dieting recently being pushed heavily, which, man, we're getting into some scary stuff now. The push on more health style things like what food you shouldn't and should be eating, and the current anti-vax sentiment in America with certain political figures. By the way, in previous video I made a mention about vaccine stuff, and for some reason people thought that it meant I was anti-vax. I'm going to make this abundantly apparent. No, I'm not. I fully believe in vaccines and I need them to actually probably survive. Side note, my condition that I've mentioned a couple times in videos, especially in that previous video, if you do any amount of research on it, you quickly come to the realization that I am immunocompromised, meaning that a simple flu could potentially kill me if I don't get treatment for it quick enough. I need vaccines, and I am not going to peddle the idea that even some people think that I believe in anti-vax sentiment. I am full on vaccine, and you should 100% get every single vaccine that you are given by your government and that you need to get. All right, that's enough, because that kind of pissed me off a bit. I will be completely honest that people were trying to say that I believed in anti-vax stuff when I fucking fully need them. I have to get yearly flu jabs because of my condition. Non-modern medicine lifestyles that I've been seeing more and more employed by people, it's getting worse and scarier as well. But that's kind of what I think the cult is meant to represent in general, how cults in real life are meant to present a better life for you, but they don't. Now, of course, Sean might remind you of certain famous individuals, especially in America. Think of pastors, these mega rich pastors who run these mega churches, people like Kenneth Copeland. These people aren't really concerned about spreading the word of God. If you follow these people and believe in them as, you know, they're the ones that are actually going to help you improve your life, I'm really sorry they're not. Unfortunately, the way these people spend the money is very clear that this is a way for them to get rich and live off of the money that is given to them by their followers, the people that believe in Christianity and all the forms of it. It's not only him, there's loads of them in America for some reason, and I don't understand why people send them money. I understand why they get put into that mindset of they feel like they need to because it's for God, but man, just a certain amount of critical thinking will make you realize that this money isn't being used in any way, shape or form to actually benefit Christ and spread the message. It's just to improve these individuals' lives and probably the people around them that they like. If you want my suggestion, just don't send money to random people that you don't exactly know where it's going. I don't even like some charities because sometimes the way that they use their money is a little, let's say, not well done. Some charities, they only give to charity if they make a profit on what they're doing. Think of big YouTuber events that are for charity, but no money gets sent to charity because the event is a fucking failure and they can't even pay out the people that took part in the event who put their lives at risk for it. It's just a simple thing that I have. I don't like giving money to organizations or people that I don't understand exactly what they're going to be doing with that money. If they don't tell you exactly where it's going and can show you where it's going, they're probably not using it for the means that they are advertising. And now we can actually make our way to Wonderland Plaza to meet that cop lady. And we can notice two survivors hanging on a large inflatable bunny. I'm sure they'll be fine if we just leave them there for a minute while we go meet the copper.
What have we here? Looks like you lured another man in here, you little whore.
No, I didn't. Please, help me.
Let's see just how shameless you are, you dirty little skank. Say hello to my little friend.
No, not again. Help me.
Officer, can I talk to you for a minute? I mean, look, what did that woman do? This seems a little,
Shut your pie hole! If you try to interfere with official police business, I'll start with you before I get to her.
Okay, so Joe here, Joe Mama, is a very interesting character. Again, a big female cop who is obviously morbidly obese, who is sexually assaulting the women here, all while reprimanding them for being shameless, dirty little skanks. Her words, not mine. Which is definitely a bit hypocritical. Now, Joe again could be the idea of people who indulge in sexual acts during the apocalypse. It is not an unfound belief that certain individuals will engage in lust during an apocalypse, as there is no one to punish them anymore. And her being a cop is meant to show this. The ones that are meant to protect you are the ones that are going to be doing it to you. Also, this could be linked to real life as well. There's a lot of cases of real life cops, even here in the UK, sexual assault, sexual misconduct. You get the point. But Joe is when I realized myself is that there are quite a few psychos that share a familiar thread that links them all together. They all have had some form of power, some of them, not all of them, but all the ones that did, they are abusing that power in the apocalypse. Joe, a police officer, is now using her power and level of authority over people to control them, touch them, do what she wants to them. And earlier, obviously, the supermarket manager was controlling the products that were going in and out of the store and preventing people from eating food. This control and power that they have is often abused and used to the detriment of others. And as we go throughout the game, there'll be a couple more psychos who will follow the same theme of abusing their powers to get what they want or get something off of someone else. Now, of course, tying into more of the police side and the authority of all that, it's also realistic. Cops often hide what they do behind the idea that they need to do it. Think of the problem a few years back, and well, about 10-15 years back, with male police officers physically searching women. A lot of the time they had no right to, and there was no need to, but they did because ooga booga booba, that's why. That's the only reason they did it, so they could physically touch women. And Joe here represents that. This was a problem at the time when Dead Rising 1 came out. Not so much in Japan, I don't think. I'm obviously not familiar enough with Japan's law enforcement and if it's corrupt or anything. Here in the UK, it definitely was. And America, I think. But her being a female, more specifically, a very traditional male job in the early 2000s, let's be honest, it was. Guys, it's the early 2000s. There was such thing as gender stereotypical jobs, and a cop was one of them. Her being a woman, I think, is important because to me, it shows that it doesn't matter who it was. It could have been a completely different person. It's the fact that it's a cop is what matters. Joe could be male, female, whatever. Doesn't matter. It could be a fucking actual Martian. It doesn't matter. And I think that's why they gave her such a generic name, Joe. It could be anyone, and that's the point. That's the horror what Joe represents. The horror of the people that are meant to protect you are, first of all, physically unable. She is severely morbidly obese, so she's not able to chase criminals, fight them, fend them off, whatever. And second of all, she's not even hunting criminals. She's capturing pretty women that she takes a fancy to and physically sexually assaulting them. That's the horror of it, when the cops take people that aren't meant to be arrested and just take them away. This was probably way scarier back in the day when the laws around cops and things like body cams that we have now weren't in place. These things really did happen, and the apocalypse wasn't going on in our world. This was actually happening, and I think that's what that's trying to reflect in a very smart way. Joe, again, is another character that I think is completely overlooked, and it's kind of just written off as a slutty, cop, fat, disgusting character, but I think she represents so much more than that. And it's such a smart way to do it with such an interesting character design. But Joe represents the idea that even when society starts to fall in an apocalypse, in a war, in, a massive pandemic, authority doesn't disappear. If anything, it gets stronger, it gets more heavy-handed, and rules for you are not rules for me is often the case. Again, I hate to bring it back here, 2020, lockdown. Here in the UK, good old Bojo in number 10 Downing Street, having a little party with the little gangsters, you know, he's having a little party with them all, little sesh. We weren't allowed to do this, but the government, the people that were in government, were allowed to have a party, were allowed to gather and congregate in a group larger than what they set as rules. The rules that could get people arrested, fined, and have very heavy-handed punishments given out for them. That's what she represents. She's doing something that's not meant to be done, but she won't be punished for it because she needed to do it in a time of need. But also, she could represent the idea of cops sometimes having a certain quota they need to fill. They need to give out a certain amount of tickets, they need to arrest a certain amount of people in so much time. She's not actually hunting criminals, she's villainizing individuals she finds to justify what she's doing. This is something a lot of cops do now, and it's being seen more and more, again, especially in America. I'm sure many of you have seen the fun YouTube shorts where the cops pull a guy over and then make up any excuse to pull him out of the car and then throw him on the floor. I don't understand what is the love of throwing people on the floor. Just have a little chin wag with them, you can figure out what's going on. But with us defeating her, she dies in a rather funny way.
It hurts. The pain. I'm gonna die. Can't believe a worthless prick like you did me in.
And now we can save all 4 of her prisoners, as well as the 2 individuals hanging out on the inflatable bunny. And yes, every prisoner she had was a woman. That is, I guess, attractive, I don't know. But with this massive group of 6 people, we now take them back to the safe house and into the security room, so we see something on the camera that catches our eyes. The woman from earlier, Isabella, has gone back to the supermarket, so we need to make our way there too to see what she is doing.
Hey.
Well, with her on our bike, she decides the best way to deal with us is to try her best at hitting us with the bike itself. And this is the goofiest boss fight in the entire game. And it's really apparent this game is like from 2006, because man, look at that bike move. It ain't perfect, but man, I love it. If you want to know if you stand in a specific spot, she just can't hit you. The bike cannot path to you, so she can't hit you. So it's a pretty easy fight overall. She occasionally shoots you, but most of the time you'll be fine.
Wait, I've got to talk to you! Would you listen to me? I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to talk. Now, what do you know about all this anyway?
Are you a reporter? Let go. I won't run, so let go. You're hurting me. How much do you already know? Have you called for help?
Hold your horses, babe. I'm the one asking the questions here. What is Santa Cabeza, and how is it connected to all this?
The zombies were created by you, not us. That's what Carlito wants you all to know.
Who?
If you want to interview someone, talk to Carlito. He has all the answers.
You're talking about that guy that took pot shots at us with a sniper rifle, aren't you? Take me to him.
No. Not now. He's injured. and in no mood to talk to anyone. I'll bring him to you once he's recovered. I can persuade him. I'm his little sister, after all.
Why should I trust you to bring him to me?
The zombies are a message from Carlito. He wanted people to know.
Fine. Go. When will you be back?
Tonight at midnight. Wait for us in the store next to the camera shop in the North Plaza. I'm Isabella, by the way. And I promise, I'll come back.
Well, Isabella here is the sister of the guy, Carlito, who shot at us and Brad earlier, and he is the cause of the outbreak here in Willamette, which it was a message to the American government, as we were the cause of what created the actual outbreak, directing it at all of Frank, meaning the American people. This creation of whatever caused the outbreak led to the outbreak in Santa Cabeza, which Carlito wants revenge for, telling us that the two siblings are from Santa Cabeza, and something with Dr. Barnaby happened there that originally caused that first outbreak. But we don't get any answers now because Isabella will return to let us talk to Carlito so we can learn more about what happens. So we have to wait till midnight to meet her again. So now we have another break. So we head to the entrance plaza to go fight our next psycho.
Looks like 72 yards. I can blow his head off clean from here. Can I take a shot, Dad?
Getting a headshot from here is no big deal, Jack. Think you can pull it off, Thomas?
But Daddy, he ain't no zombie. He's just a man.
Thomas! We're doing this to survive. You know that.
Using a firearm for self-defense is our God-given right as Americans, Thomas.
Come on, Thomas, shoot. Shoot him.
Shoot him, Thomas!
I said shoot him. Shoot him, Thomas. Now! What are you waiting for? Do it!
Here we have to fight against this family of snipers who are targeting random people. Why? Well, they're exercising their God-given right as American people to use their firearms to protect themselves. Yeah, you see where this is going. Gun control is a fun topic. I'm British, we don't have guns. So what do I think? Yeah, gun control is pretty important. I think you should definitely get a license for that. But I'm the British guy, we pay a telly license, so what the fuck do I know? But the father and the older brother pressure the younger brother into shooting Frank. The boss fight overall is really easy. They are super slow at shooting you. They're super easy to hit with your own guns. And if you kill either Roger, the father, or Jack, the older brother, the younger brother just stops fighting. And this itself is a reflection of family trauma and, I guess, generational abuse in a way. It's clear that the father, Jack, his father probably forced him to learn how to hunt, and even though he didn't want to, and that's being passed down generation through generation, and is mentally damaging these kids because they don't want to do it. And generational trauma, it's a real thing. If you have been traumatized, if you don't take the actions to prevent doing it to your own kids, you'll probably pass down that trauma again and again and again and again. And if you want to also know, this is a reflection of how ideologies and beliefs can be passed down through generations. Think, here we go, boys, racism. Racism can be very easily passed through generations if they are surrounded only by those who believe these things. Think families that don't socialize with other people and allow these kids to grow and actually figure out what the world actually is, will just parrot what their parents do and what their parents say. And unfortunately, older generations are more racist. Let's be honest here, but also sexist and many other things as well. Not only just that, political ideologies. You often see families who are very close will have the same political ideologies, But then a family that allows their kid to go off to, say, college, spread their wings a bit, they'll have differing opinions and ideologies about how the world should be run and how things are going because they've seen a different way of looking at it. This is normal. Children just trust their parents and believe that they're right, and they don't do any of their own research because they believe their parents are the gospel of truth. They know everything, but fun fact, no one knows everything. Everyone's very confused in what's going on. But killing the father and the older brother, Thomas will just give up, and we cannot actually save him. I thought they might have changed this for the remaster, but you still cannot save him, so you either leave him or kill him. Kill him, you get a big PP bonus, so make sure you kill him. But with them dead, we can now quickly go grab some survivors in the entrance plaza and some food to now satiate the unending hunger of Ronald. At this point, he will have started a mutiny in the safe house, which could lead to a bunch of the survivors being killed, as he will take them out of the safe house in search of food, getting them killed. To stop this, you need to feed him like a fucking dog.
Hey everybody, I'm getting out of here. I'm leaving to track down some food.
I don't mean to burst your bubble, but...
Screw you, jerk off. You fooled me. Food, food, food. I love food.
Saving the survivors and avoiding mutiny by feeding Ronald. But also, it seems Brad and Jesse have something else to tell us.
You learn anything new on this end?
Santa Cabeza is a stronghold of the Central American drug trade.
The professor here seems to think that the zombies are a byproduct of these drugs.
So you're telling me, what, that somebody spread a bunch of zombie drugs around Willamette? For what? What would making the dead come to life accomplish?
Terrorists. Don't try to explain their actions with logic. I've analyzed the drug in question, and I've reported my findings to the government. That must be what set them off. They didn't want to be exposed. I've told you everything I know. Now get me out of here. Call for help and kill those creeps.
It appears that the American government had some sort of involvement in the creation of a drug that caused the zombie outbreak, but Dr. Barnaby here has told us everything that he apparently knows. But we know there is definitely more to this story, not accepting the words of the old bitter white man, but instead pursuing our own knowledge and research to fill in the puzzle that we still have remaining. Something happened at Santa Cabeza that caused an outbreak of zombies, something involving the American government and the development of this drug. And this is something that Dead Rising does really, really well. It slowly unravels its story to us as Frank learns it for his story. We do as well. It isn't just splurged to us at the end of the game, it's slowly throughout the game, outlined bit by bit, detail by detail, just like how a reporter would piece together a story for their paper, their blog, whatever. But after an extended break, we can go back and meet up with Isabella at the time she mentioned.
Were you bitten?
No, it was Carlito. I tried to talk him into coming, but it was no good. He doesn't trust anyone.
He shot you?
He didn't mean to. He was upset. I don't know what he'll do next.
Hey. Hey.
Well, it appears Carlito got a little bit angry with Isabella wanting him to go to Frank, and he shot his own sister. And with her passing out in our arms and then waking up immediately afterwards because she is definitely conscious here standing up, we need to take her back to the safe house so she is safe from Carlito's wrath. And all the while doing this, Carlito could be heard on the PA system begging for his sister's forgiveness and to come back. And along the way we pick up Kindle and we can take him as well back to the safe house at the same time.
Who is that? Is she hurt?
Yeah. You're looking at the bad guy's sister.
Bad guy? The one who caused all this?
That's right. Her asshole brother caused the zombie outbreak.
His sister? What in the hell is going on here? I mean, does this have anything to do with that announcement earlier?
I don't know much more than you at this point, okay? But he shot her, I can tell you that. And just so you know, that would be the same guy that shot you.
What's he after? What's his ultimate goal?
I don't know. But according to her, his plan isn't over. Not yet.
Fine. Consider her in DHS custody. We'll question her when she wakes up.
With Isabella now in DHS custody, we now have to wait for her to wake up again to be questioned. So again, we have another break for a couple of hours, and in this time we just head on out to investigate a couple of scoops, mainly one about a strange group in the movie theater. And this allows us to meet the leader of the cult again.
Those who reject salvation embrace ignorance. Now I shall return your tainted blood to the foul earth that has spawned you.
Sean here created a cult in the cinema and seemingly was going to sacrifice a bunch of survivors in the name of his god. I don't know, whatever he is preaching. Now, him being in the movie theater, I think is actually pretty smart. A lot of the time, especially back in the early 2000s, a lot of celebrities were looked up upon as higher than thou, mightier than thou. They were above the normal person, and yeah, it works. I don't know if Sean was a famous celebrity or anything, or if he just liked the movies, but placing him in the movie theater works really well because this is where the figures of what would be perceived as consumerism would be put on display. The people that you were meant to worship, the names on the movies, the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnsons, the Chris Pratts, the Ryan Reynolds of the world, the names that are thrown into movies just to get more butts in seats. So having a cult here actually works really well because you then look at how some communities around certain franchises or directors or actors are, and you kind of realize they're very cult-like in a way. It's very smart, and it does again tie into the idea of American overconsumption and the current idea of consume and don't ask questions, which a lot of people seem to believe they should do. Not critique anything, just consume, be good consumer, and just enjoy product, not actually think about what product is. But dealing with Sean quickly, he is killed by the very sword he worshipped, dying for his own faith, something that many people will do, and again is another form of insanity.
Give me strength. I beseech thee.
That is misguided faith. Not faith in general, but this kind of cultish faith that leads to you being killed or suffering. Again, this ties into the people that send thousands of dollars to those specific preachers and pastors that don't actually use the money for the church. They just use it to live a more extravagant lifestyle because apparently God told them to do so. And Sean is meant to be a reflection of that. But again, it ties into the authority abusing their power. Sean here represents the church or faith, religion, whatever, and that religion is abusing their power by convincing people to do things for them that they wouldn't normally do. The cultists kidnapping and killing people. I'm sure most normal people wouldn't do that, but in the apocalypse, the church is framing it as a must-do thing to save them from the apocalypse. With saving all the survivors, we can take them all back to the safe house, and we have some wine that we need to grab to give to Floyd to help out the survivors again. And returning to the security room now, Isabella has woken up.
What is your name?
Isabella. Isabella Keys.
Well, Isabella, this is an emergency, so we'll skip the formalities and cut to the chase. Consider this an official interrogation. Tell me everything that you know.
Fine. I'll explain why all of this is your fault. There was no drug trade in Santa Cabeza, just an American research facility. They were doing research on some sort of parasitic insect, like a wasp. A wasp that turns living things into zombies. If you don't believe me, just ask the man who was in charge of that research, the head of the Santa Cabeza Livestock Research Facility, Dr. Barnaby!
Seems that Isabella knows a lot more about what actually happened in Santa Cabeza. A livestock research facility led to the development of a wasp. This wasp caused the outbreak, with Dr. Barnaby being the lead research for this livestock research facility. Unfortunately, asking Dr. Barnaby any follow-up questions now might be out of the question.
It started! He's turning!
Hey! No, you don't!
With him trying to have a bit of Jesse, can't blame him, but he got infected somehow and is now turning into a zombie. But before he turns, Frank asks him a couple more questions that he is able to get out of him.
Zombie.
Tell me the truth, Doc. Were you conducting experiments with zombies?
Zombies? We were conducting experiments to reduce the cost of breeding. We accidentally made zombie livestock.
So the government's now in the zombie-making business. The whole story about the drug trade was a cover-up?
What do you know? We were trying to mass produce cattle. Do you have any idea how much meat Americans consume in a single day? That research was absolutely necessary. I haven't done anything wrong.
And he reveals that the American government were experimenting on an easy way to make the breeding of cattle way more efficient. This would then allow for meat to be produced at a much higher rate. But unknowingly, in the development of this drug thing that would allow for the breeding to speed up, they created zombie cattle, which that started the actual outbreak. And fun fact, the most likely way a zombie outbreak will happen in real life is like this. It will start in an animal and get transferred to humans. The zombie viruses and whatever else are often based on forms of rabies, and even something like mad cow's disease, if was able to adapt and spread into humans, could become a full-on zombie outbreak if it was able to do that. Just a fun little fact that I remember learning like 10 years ago. But this zombie outbreak was completely covered up with a drug trade gone wrong being talked about as why the entire area was wiped out, as the US government completely bombed the town, which is quite the way of dealing with a drug trade. But also this ties into very much the war on drugs that was still about during the early 2000s. Not so much anymore, the war on drugs has definitely gone down a bit, but in the early 2000s it was still talked about a bit, and was still, the US government was still trying to get a handle on the drug trade a bit, but it's impossible. But why was this done? Of course, because the American people are consuming more and more meat every year. It's only going up, and with things like fast food places providing easier ways to access meat like beef and chicken, it's only getting easier and cheaper to buy. When it's cheaper to buy a cheeseburger from McDonald's than actually go out and buy stuff to make something healthier, because you have to pay for not only the price of traveling there, the actual groceries and the shopping, and then also paying to actually cook the food yourself with not only the gas and lecky or whatever you got, but also the time. But this is a real problem, the ever increasing demand for meat in our world. Most countries now are slowly going into what is known as a high income or a more developed country. High income countries often have diets that more heavily prefer to eat significantly higher amounts of proteins. Most low income countries will often eat simple carbohydrates most of the time. Think rice, think pasta, bread, just simple basic food that is very easy to produce a shit ton of, and is actually very easy to do so. But as countries get more and more developed, people desire to have more types of food, and most types of food get more expensive when you start looking at meat and fish. So mainly shellfish is what is expensive now, with crab and lobster being extremely expensive, and of course with meat, some cuts of beef like steaks, Wagyu beef that is from Japan of course is extremely expensive. But this over desire for types of meat leads to animals being over-farmed, and obviously is a massive detriment to the planet. The meat trade is one of the highest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions. It's actually insane how much it accounts for. There is no amount of recycling and using electric cars and making sure that you turn off your light bulbs at night before you go to bed that will make any form of difference as long as the meat trade is the way it is. But is it a bad thing? Should we not be allowed to desire more meat? It depends. Personally, I like meat. I like eating a lot of meat. I eat a lot of meat, and that's just what my diet is. But should I be shamed blame for doing so, and should it be to blame for me for wanting to eat this food, or should it be down to the companies that produce said food to find better ways to produce it and reduce the greenhouse gas emission effect that it has on the world? Unfortunately, most livestock most of the time is brought in from abroad in lower income countries who farm it, and then we buy it for pennies on the dollar what it's actually worth, and then we ship it back. That of course is extremely detrimental to the planet, but it is the cheapest way to do it instead of having local farmers like here in the UK who demand much higher wages and much higher pay for their product, which would then of course lead to higher prices for meat and would push people away from buying it. But the messages people are getting now is they should seek alternative types of food. There is a big push for beans at the moment, not beans on toast, but just general beans, because beans are of course high in protein, high in fiber, and are very good for you, and you can use them in a lot of different things, and I'm not opposed to beans. But I think people should be allowed to eat what they want to eat with the money that they have. That's kind of something that I believe. If you're going to make us work in your country and suffer, don't tell us not to eat certain foods. Like, maybe you should find a way to make it more sustainable, because there is definitely ways to make it more sustainable, but some countries refuse to do so. They would rather tax people even more just so they can help float some things that just do not matter. I'm not going to go on about the UK government again, I can't keep doing it. But Barnaby now fully turns into a zombie, and Isabella has one last thing to say.
One day, in my village, the people turned into zombies. Those damn wasps. They escaped from the lab. It wasn't long before they got to work. The zombies spread. The army was called in. They killed everyone.
And Brad shoots Dr. Barnaby in the head, killing him entirely. Now the man who was entirely responsible for the creation of the zombie outbreak has been killed, so we can no longer get any answers from him. All the answers now lie with Carlito and Isabella.
So, the terrorism is a retaliation for a cruel government cover-up? Sounds plausible. Or it could be some serious bullshit. In either case, we have to get out of here alive if we want to find out for sure.
We have to check if she's been bitten. Let me take a look. I'm a medical technician. I could be useful if you let me do my job. I know I have no right to ask, but please, let me help. If you don't get out of here, the truth dies with you.
All right. If allowing you to atone for you and your brother's scheme makes things go more smoothly for us, I'm all for it.
But the worrying revelation was that the government cleaned up the Santa Cabeza incident not only by killing all the zombies, but also killing all of the survivors that remained in Santa Cabeza. And this foreshadows what the government might do here in Willamette as well. But now with Jessie having been injured and bitten, maybe, or no, she needs to rest, and we need to wait till 11 AM for the next part of the main case. So again, we get another break, so we go dick about for a bit. Now leaving to the mall, I quickly grab a photo of the entrance to the safe house, the photo of the air duct, which we'll need to give to a survivor as proof of the new entrance to the safe room, and this will completely save us running back to take a photo of it. But here Otis will call us about a long-haired man in a shop seemingly playing with fire, and investigating it we will find a man who indeed is playing with fire.
Please stop! What did we ever do to you? You do it all the time! You look at me and laugh!
Who's there? Stay back! Stay back! Get any closer and I'll light this place up! I suppose you came here to laugh at me too!
Paul here seems to be not doing very well. He is playing with fire and his boss fight involves him running away from you while firing bombs behind him. And he's actually quite a difficult boss to deal with, but he's actually quite an interesting character as well. If it isn't obvious, he is meant to be the introvert, what we would call the incel type character nowadays. He is scared of women and blaming women for what has happened to him, making fun of him. He's just like me. He's terrified of women and he thinks all of his problems are women related. That's a joke. Ladies in the audience, that's a joke. But again, we have someone who has been put in the outbreak and he is doing something that he shouldn't have done before, but he's doing it because he knows he won't get punished for doing said action, attacking these women, symbolizing the idea of what people will do if they get the freedom of a zombie apocalypse. And I'm sure you lot probably know people that might actually try to kill people, that might try to do even worse, rape, sexually assault people in the apocalypse because there is no actual authority that can stop them from doing so. Paul as a character, I think he's fine. I think he's a pretty cool character, but he's a fairly simple boss fight. With a sniper rifle, he's extremely easy to deal with, so we quickly just shoot him to death, and after shooting him, he makes a critical mistake and falls over and sets his own crotch on fire.
Stay away from me! Don't come any closer!
And here you have the option to either let him burn or save him by using the fire extinguisher that's next to him. Saving him turns him from a psycho boss fight to a survivor, realizing what he did was wrong and that because he hadn't actually killed anyone, we can actually take him back to the safe house, and you should, because he will give you Molotov cocktails once you do so. This is why you should save him. You are heavily rewarded for it because the Molotov cocktails are really strong. And with the women he had trapped in the closet, we can take all of them back to the safe house. But again, we still have a break, so we go out to the gun shop to save some more survivors who will open fire at you once you enter, believing you are a zombie. But leaving the gun shop, they will realize, oh shit, you're not a zombie, and they will stop shooting you, and one of them will come out to talk to you and apologize. After doing so, they will join you, provided you have that photo of the entrance to the safe house. And along the way, we can also pick up a very drunk man from the food court, and convincing him to come back with us, we escort the 4 survivors back to the safe room. Now quickly heading back out to Wonderland Plaza, we can save 2 more survivors, a very sick old man and an old lady surrounded by zombies, and saving them and taking them back. We have quite the order of events to deal with now, and this is probably where your perfect run might collapse or you might make a mistake, because these next few events and the main case you need to do in a very specific order to have enough time to do them all. So first of all, in the safe house, we start the last resort main case.
Exactly what is this last resort talk all about?
Carlito said that he'd blow up the mall if he were cornered.
Damn! We got a regular suicide bomber on our hands.
It's worse than you think. The explosion would send parasitic larvae into the atmosphere.
He plans to spread zombies outside of the city? Is he insane?
If that bomb goes off, there'll be nowhere to run. The zombies will be everywhere.
He's planning to flood the area underneath the mall with flammable gas, then set it off. If you could take care of the bombs while the gas concentration is still low.
There's a chance we could stop the explosion. Let's do it.
Carlito has planted bombs under all of the mall, and if it blows up, it will spread the larvae from them bees into the atmosphere, making the virus airborne, spreading it to the entire world. And with Brad running out, we need to join him in the underground maintenance tunnels to grab all the bombs to save the day. And this part is another boss fight with Carlito in a big truck, and he will try run you down with it. But if you're in a car, he's really easy to avoid. But alongside this quest, Kent's third part of his quest line will start to activate, and you need to meet him at 12 PM. So we have an hour from the case starting for the main case at 11 PM and Kent start at 12 PM. Now the fun part about Kent's case is if you're more than 15 minutes late, he is really not happy about you being late. And I actually completely forgot about this entire thing when I initially did it. So first of all, I got all the bombs all the while Carlito was chasing us, and then took him out of the tunnels. Now, if you don't do this fast enough, by the way, the game will just end. You'll get the bomb ending where the mall completely explodes and the entire world becomes infected. But we don't want that ending, so we continue. With Brad having pursued Carlito into the tunnels, it doesn't end very well for him.
We got rid of your bombs. This is as far as you go today. Just give up and surrender. The terrorist days are over, Carlito. You're finished.
You took care of the bombs. How's Brad?
The bombs are over and done with. Brad went after Carlito.
Copy. Report back here, Frank.
Yeah.
Now here we have an optional scene where we can find Brad being left to be killed by the zombies, and you might think, oh, we can go save him by going to the location if we're fast enough in the tunnels. But spoiler alert, no matter how fast you get to that point, Brad is going to die.
Brad? Brad?
Frank! Don't get any closer. Stay away, Frank. Don't get near me.
What's the matter, Brad? Are you hurt? I'm coming over there, Brad. We'll go back together. If you're hurt, we'll patch you up.
I'm screwed. It doesn't hurt. Not even a little. I'm already dead. Frank. Don't tell Jesse about this.
Brad's death in general, I think, is extremely symbolic, not only as it represents the authority figures are failing the people, with Brad being the central figure representing the government and the DHS people. He was the best of the government had to offer to deal with this situation, and even their attempts at covering this up will only result in more deaths and more blood on their hands and them killing themselves. The government know that the zombie outbreak will happen one day. They have created it and they're only biding their time, and Brad's death to me represents the government completely failing. But not only that, Brad handing Frank his gun is a passing of the torch moment, with Frank now fully transforming from the reporter who will do anything for his job in a selfish manner to now becoming the reluctant hero who will save the world from what the government is trying to do. Brad again is way more similar to Frank, and Frank seeing him dying could foreshadow that if Frank continues the way he is going and how he's handling the situation, more people will die, and maybe even including him. But putting Brad out of his misery, we now need to go meet Kent. But if we are late to meeting Kent by 15 minutes, he will kill the survivor that he actually kidnaps, so it prevents you from doing a perfect run. Now, if you are late, the Kent boss fight is one of the most difficult boss fights in the entire game, because he chains you up to the fountain in Paradise Plaza, and then you are stripped of your clothes and weapons, and you just have to fight him one-on-one, and he does a lot of damage very easily. Kent is a character that can infinite hit you to death, and also has a kick that does 3 damage. If you want to know why Kent killed that survivor, it's because he wanted to document the process of the zombie transformation. Obviously, if you're too late, that survivor turned into a zombie. Now, with this boss fight though, I think it actually makes sense for Brad to die before it than after it. Even though you can have Brad die after, I think it makes way more sense for Brad to die before this boss fight. But let it be known, I actually had to reset here and redo the mission, and I had to do part of the main quest and then go to the Kent boss fight and then come back and do the rest. But the normal Kent boss fight is a bit easier. He can still infinite hit you to death, and he still is extremely powerful and dangerous, but this time, instead of him stripping you of your clothes, we have a bit of a different cutscene.
Ah, Frankie, good timing. I was just about to shoot my piece de resistance. I'm gonna capture on film the exact moment that a human being crosses into zombiehood. What are you doing? My shot! You ruined my perfect shot!
Dealing with Kent, he has one last request for Frank in his last moments.
Do it, Frank. Take my picture. It'll look great on your mantle.
Ken, in his last moments, wants to be photographed. He wants to be recorded and remembered, but Frank does not let that happen, showing that Frank will not record everything in the story and won't make sure that everything is told and the story is 100% correct. He knows that Kent here is only doing it for glory. He only wants to be remembered, and Frank does not want that. He'd rather have people like Brad and Jesse be remembered in his story, and not the psychos like Kent who are only here because they want to make a big big name for themselves. But dealing with Ken, we can save the survivor he kidnapped, and in the CD shop we can find that there is another survivor. And man, a goddamn CD shop, that just shows you how old this goddamn game is, because fuck me, they don't exist anymore, do they? But now we also need to head back to the safe house in order to prevent a mutiny by Kindle this time, who wants to escape because apparently we're a liar and no one's coming to save us and our plan stinks. So he wants to grab as many guns as possible and just run out of the mall and just make a break for it. But we inform him of the military blockade and quarantine surrounding the entire town. So he rethinks his decision and says that yeah, he'll wait for the helicopter to come pick them up. But now we can head into the safe room to get more answers from Isabella.
As soon as Brad gets his hands on that terrorist, I guess it'll be case closed, huh?
You know of anything else he could be planning?
No. Nothing but the bombs. He's got his computer hidden away. I'm sure there's plenty of information on it.
Can you take me there? To his hideout?
Leave it to me.
Now with Isabella, we head to a hideout to investigate Carlito's computer to see what other plans that he had in place. And reaching her hideout, she has a wee bit of a look at his computer, and we can see the kind of setup that Carlito had for the apocalypse. But Carlito has a password locking his computer, and while Isabella is trying to get into the computer, Jesse calls us back to investigate something that is going on. So we leave Isabella as she tries to crack the password on the computer. And as we reach the safe house, we see that Carlito has reappeared again.
Take a look at this. The guy being dragged? I think it's Carlito.
You could be right. Where is this?
The basement of the North Plaza, right in front of the butcher shop.
Carlito is in some trouble, with a rather big man, so we head down to the maintenance tunnel to the meat packing area to save Carlito.
A customer!
That guy over there, that meat?
Oh! This is good meat, huh? I just got it in here. It's fresh. You just wait right there, sir. In a moment, you can try the best ground meat you've ever tasted.
Whoa, ground? Wait a minute, listen. I had something else in mind.
Zombies are no good. I can't serve my customers spoiled meat like that. I have a reputation to uphold. Trust me. I'm a butcher! I've got the best meat in town!
I love the fight here against Larry, as the thing which started the zombie outbreak, which was the government developing a more efficient method for farming and breeding cattle for their meat. So the game has a butcher and meat processing area in this game, with the butcher who is a bit crazy about his meat being the thing that attacks Carlito. Symbolic not only by him being this massive hulking man that seems unstoppable, just like the real life meat industry, which of itself is this massive, completely unstoppable corporate entity that influences multiple countries' politics, but also this is the very thing Carlito has been fighting against, this hulking, unstoppable thing that is just constantly consuming and producing things. And despite the best efforts he's had to try and make a difference, it ultimately leads to him being killed by this very thing. The meat industry in general created the zombie outbreak, and the zombie outbreak led to him being killed. But also, Larry seeing Carlito as a product, a cut of meat, meat is reflective of how governments often see people not as individuals but as things. Also could be how farmers and the meat industry completely de-animalizes the animals. It treats them like absolutely nothing, like they're just scum of the earth. Think of the massive chicken egg farms or the big meat farms that just pen these animals in and just cut them up as soon as they can. They control them and sell them like they are only products. They're not living things, they're just products to be sold. And this is exactly like governments as well. Think of how governments now are collecting more and more data on us, and they're selling these, of course, to foreign countries, foreign businesses, other businesses to make money that they can use for their country. They advertise it and try to position it as online safety and online protection, but at the end of the day, it's just a big brother thing. They just want to be able to take your personal data, sell it, and then obviously track you and see what you're doing, control what you're able to look at, what you're able to say online as well. This is a lot worse in the UK, by the way, because online safety is fucking a nightmare, which, man, I'm so glad VPNs are a thing, because fuck me, I hate the UK government. But killing Larry and saving Carlito, unfortunately his damage is far too much to really survive, so he has a few final words to say to Frank.
You're finished. It's over.
What about Isabella?
She's on our side now. She's checking out your computer right now.
My purpose in life has been to get revenge for what you people did to Santa Cabeza, to my hometown. Why? Why was your meat so much more important to you than human life? Why? Why did my people have to die to feed your fat bellies?
That doesn't excuse what you've done. But I promise, the Santa Cabeza story will be told. But I need the password. Hey, hey, hey! Stay with me! Give me the computer's password!
Hey. Aren't zombies great? I mean, all they do is eat, and eat, and eat, growing in number. Just like you good, red, white, and blue Americans. It's not over. Not yet.
Speak! Speak, damn it! What do you mean it's not over?
I'm sorry, Isabella. Give this to my sister.
Hey. Shit!
But with Carlito handing us his necklace, he does tell us it was all due to the hunger of the American people and their love of burger. So this is how, of course, the entire zombie apocalypse started. It was all because of McDonald. But now at this point, we have saved every survivor and defeated all the psychos that are time limited, other than like one. So now our perfect run is complete. All we have to do now is just follow the main objective. So after a short break, we can quickly head back to Isabella to see how she is getting on with the password.
He's dead. All he worried about was you in the end. But damn it! He died without telling me a damn thing. You know, I thought he was terrorist scum. But in the end, all he really cared about was his sister. The jerk. Here. He wanted you to have this.
Papa. Mama. Pachamama.
Yes, item gives Isabella the password she needed. The item of mystery that we don't understand just completely generates the fucking password she needs.
Figure it out?
Pachamama. Mother Earth. Our parents said that a lot. The place we lived, Santa Cabeza, was blessed with nature. Please believe me when I say my brother didn't want all this. He only wanted to live in peace in Santa Cabeza.
But Carlito's plan involved 50 orphan children who were all implanted with larvae, meaning they will randomly just turn into zombies, with these 50 children being spread all throughout the United States. This plot point here is so interesting because it is presented as a ticking time bomb, with even Frank saying that there's nothing they can do to stop them because the time that they have is basically almost up. But this is the main plot for Dead Rising 3, which, if you want to know, there is about a 10 to 15 year gap between Dead Rising 3 and Dead Rising 2. So there is a long time before these children start turning into zombies. And also, something I really wish they changed in this remake: why is Nick Ramos's name not here, and why are like Diego not here? They're characters that were one of these children and their names aren't in here. I understand some people say that they're encrypted names, they're like fake names, but man, that'd be so cool to see like all these kids' names and all of them are like linking back to Dead Rising 3, and it kind of teases an upcoming, potentially maybe Dead Rising 3 remake, which honestly, I think out of all the games, 3 probably needs a remake because that is in the awkward spot of being an early Xbox One PS4 game, which is like really poorly optimized for PC. So I'd love to see that get either a nice little remaster that just sort of helps it out a bit with its FOV and frame rate and stuff. But yeah, this is Carlito's main plan, a ticking time bomb that will completely completely infect the entire United States. But with this information now, we realize that we need to inform the entire world of what's happening. So we communicate this with Jessie, and she tries to get this information out to her HQ and her higher-ups, as luckily Jessie is actually able to contact her bosses. So now we need to make our way back to the safe room, but as we make our way back to the safe room, we will get a sequence of cutscenes that will show us what is happening.
Frank, the emergency line's been freed up. I'll give headquarters a call. Hang on.
Homeland Security.
This is Agent Jessica McCarney. We have an emergency situation. Frank, it's over. HQ's decided to ignore us.
What? What do you mean, ignore us?
I contacted headquarters, but the government has decided to deny all knowledge of what happened here. Special forces will arrive for cleanup at midnight. They'll take everyone out. Zombies, people, everyone.
First of all, with the people upstairs not coming to save anyone, but to clean it up entirely, covering up the entire event, and special forces arrive at midnight for the cleanup. And this is the real all hope is lost moment, where we need to stay alive to ensure that the truth is not lost here in the mall. And also, by the way, our best girl has completely given up now, completely shutting down. So we need to rush back to the safe room, but you will not have enough time to reach it because special forces will reach the safe room before you.
Jessica McCarney? Talk about your close calls. You contacted us just in time. Your boss thought we should have a talk with you before the operation begins. We'll be taking you into custody. If you sign an agreement to keep your mouth shut about all this, you'll be free to go.
And yes, Jessie turned into a zombie, telling us that she was indeed bitten. And returning to the safe room, we can find her zombified body, and dealing with her, you will also find that all of the other survivors are missing as well. Probably either taken by the military or killed. We don't actually know, and I don't think we ever find out. But we have to ensure that we don't get captured so the story that we have can be told. And right on cue at midnight, the military will infiltrate the mall. And they will start to actively patrol the mall. And the military are actually really strong. You can scrap with them and you can kill them, or you can be captured by them, which will also lead into another ending, the captured ending, if you don't escape from their capture within time, because they can knock you out if they catch you trying to escape. But also, if you don't do the main quests enough, if you just ignore a certain part of it, I can't remember which case you just stop at, the military won't actually ever come, and it allows you to escape with everyone on the helicopter, but it means that the entire truth of what happened here in the mall and why it's happening and the government's involvement isn't discovered, which it could explain why the government trying to clean it up, because people know, they know people figured it out. But also I think it's just probably like an old scripting thing where because we didn't proc that point where the military spawn, they just let you escape. It is one of the better endings because Brad, Jesse, everyone survives, but obviously the story isn't figured out. So we'll continue forward to the canon ending, and to do so we will have to survive till 12 PM. The current time is 12 AM. 12 hours with the special forces patrolling, and this section is really boring, I can't lie. There isn't any psychos or survivors that you have to save. The special forces are the main enemy now, with them patrolling, shooting the zombies and shooting you as well, and it makes the mall so annoying to explore. The special forces, the way they attack you is with their ARs, and the ARs multi-hit you, so they can stun you to death if you let them. And if there's two of them, by the way, and they shoot you in a certain order, so one and then the other, not both at the same time, you can't escape it, you just die. And this is a way that a lot of people's infinite runs of the game end, is by the military. There's 2 infinite deaths that I know of, which an infinite death in Dead Rising is where you get hit and stunned and then hit and stunned again over and over and over again till death. One is Kent with his punch. Kent can just 100 to 0 you if he wants to. And the second one, the more common one, is 2 military guys shooting you at the perfect time, which is way more common than you realize, because often the distance they are apart is the timing between them shooting at you to stun you completely. So what do? In the original game, you would have to kind of just stand around for 12 hours. You could find a spot to sit and just chill out or run around for a bit. But for me, we're just going to skip forward. I can't really even remember. I actually paused my recording because I knew how long this was going to take. I think I just drove around in the underground mall for a bit just to kill and get some levels. And then I think I skipped forward a few hours. So we skipped forward 12 hours with us now at 10 AM. The special forces will completely clear the mall with all the zombies now being dead. And this was actually a really cool moment that is like almost horror-like, showing the horror of the military, how strong they are. We have been struggling to fight all these zombies, but the military just come in and clear it in like 10 hours, which is crazy to think about. But after a little bit, the boss of the special forces will make his appearance. This guy, very intimidating, I know. But we now head to the roof to catch our ride at 12 PM.
I'll be damned. He's still alive. That son of a bitch made it. That must mean he got his scoop. I can't wait to get my share of the take. Woo! Yeah! All right, you just hang tight, buddy. I'm on my way. Huh?
Hey! Hey!
See you here! I see you! Yeah! I'm on my way! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah, you did it! You did it! Yeah! Yeah!
Well, shit. Seems like we really aren't escaping that easily.
You're awake. Oh, thank God. It wasn't easy getting you back here by myself, you know. You collapsed on the roof.
I collapsed? No, Wait. Does that mean...
You must have gotten yourself infected somehow. The time between infection and zombification differs greatly from person to person. You're lucky, Frank. You seem to have a very high level of resistance.
So, So what you're saying is that I get to spend longer waiting for the inevitable. Is that it? You know, I'm not sure lucky is the word I'd use. Ugh. The helicopter crashed. No one's coming to help us now. It's over for us. No matter what we do.
What if there was some way to impede the infection? If we could extract and administer a large dose of hormones from the corpus allatum of an adult queen, it would potentially hinder the growth of the larvae in your blood, retarding the zombification process.
Hang on a sec. I don't understand a word you just said. What are we supposed to do?
I'll need certain supplies to get this to work, and queens. As many as you can get your hands on.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Sure beats sitting around here waiting to die.
Now we enter overtime. Overtime is a part of the game that is past the 3-day time limit. But again, we are on a timer with Frank now being infected, so we need to find a way to save ourselves, basically. So we make a plan to get out of the mall before Frank turns so we can tell our story. First of all, we need to make a vaccine or medicine, the first form of Zombrex, a temporary nullifier or suppressant for the zombie virus, or the larvae, sorry. So we run around the entire mall and collect an assortment of items for Isabella and 5 queens from zombies, which used to be 10 in the original, which that is the most annoying part of the overtime. It takes forever. But also along the way we can see where our helicopter crashed and we can see a path out of the mall underneath the big obelisk in the center of the leisure park. Now, the overtime mode will give you an entire day worth of time to do what you want, so you can go for a lot of the achievements during this time, mainly the kill zombie achievement, which you have to kill 53,000 zombies. You have to kill the population of Willamette, which we saw at the beginning of the game to get the achievement. But there isn't, again, any bosses, any survivors that you can kill. There is the helicopter. I don't really count that as a boss. It's kind of like the prisoners. It's just kind of this thing that you can fight. So we're going to just skip ahead again.
You're gonna inject me with that, huh? Okay, Doc. Let's get this over with. At least I won't have to worry about turning into one of them for a while. Okay, next on the agenda. Figure out a way to get the hell out of here.
While I was isolating the hormone, I managed to identify a pheromone that suppresses the attack instinct in adult parasites. In other words, the zombies don't like the way it smells. If you give me a little more time, I should be able to produce some of this pheromone.
They think it smells bad? You think we could use something like that to keep them away from us? We could just walk right past them and get out of here.
In theory, yes. Either way, it's certainly better than nothing.
There was a cave. Outside, where the helicopter crashed. It was packed with zombies, I mean shoulder to shoulder. But it may lead somewhere outside. If it works, your anti-zombie perfume, it could keep us safe in that cave. What do you say? You ready to get the hell out of here?
There won't be enough of this pheromone to waste it on experiments. We'll only have enough to use it once.
Whatever you say.
My God. There are so many. Where on earth could this lead?
I don't know. But considering how many of them keep pouring out of here, it must be connected to something. Isabella, look. Any other way out of here is guarded by the military. If we're gonna get out of here and put a stop to Carlito's plan, we've got to go in there. It's the only way. It's not like we're unarmed. We've got your smelly perfume, don't we? I wouldn't be alive right now if your shot hadn't worked. The perfume's gonna work too. I know it.
All right. Let's go.
Yeah.
Now, with Frank receiving his jab, they both come up with a plan to use the pheromones produced by the queens, which the zombies find disgusting and repels them, to head into that cave we found and move through it. But moving through it, and very easily might I add, we find that the military is there as well. But using the gate, it allows the zombies to pour out and distract the military guys here, allowing us to grab a car amidst the chaos, entering the final boss fight. The final boss isn't too bad, with it being two sections. The first is the hold right trigger section, shooting the tank, and this the second section being a scrap with Brock Mason.
Aim main cannon.
Oh, shit.
Well, what have we here? Where were you hiding when my men mopped up the mall? On a mission, in which the number of targets is unclear, it's difficult to ensure absolute thoroughness. Huh. You have imagination. That's what drives you in your quest to run. Your quest to hide. As prey, you and your kind are much more stubborn than the zombies.
How much do you know about the zombies?
I commanded the Santa Cabeza cleanup operation. If we had fulfilled our mission then, we wouldn't be needed here now to take care of this incident.
That's all it was to you, huh? A mission. What about those innocent people who had to pay for sins committed by our government?
Our
Human
mistakes
research.
have not begun with this operation. Humanity has proven itself to be quite adept at making mistakes. Ha! Hell, it's the only thing we truly excel at. Well then, I'd say this mission isn't quite over yet. Don't you agree?
Which is a hand-to-hand fight, which many people find difficult, but pro tip, flash kick is your best friend here, with the kick just doing good damage to him and he can't counter it. And with one final kick, we end the game. Dead Rising really isn't all just about the zombies, and I don't think it ever was meant to be just that. The story at its core is about responsibility and what happens when people who should be taking it just don't. Santa Cabeza is the center of everything. An entire town didn't just disappear because of bad luck or some freak accident. It disappeared because someone, somewhere, decided that making things faster and cheaper mattered more than thinking about what could go wrong and trying to contain if something did go wrong. Parasite itself wasn't created to hurt people. It was created because the demand kept growing and efficiency always sounded reasonable right up until it no longer was. And when it failed, when the outbreak first began, they didn't stop it. They didn't own up to it and state that they were going to try fix everything. They just wiped it out, bombed the town and killed every survivor that knew anything about what happened. Well, they thought they did. They rewrote the story. History itself is written by the victor. And they moved on like the case was closed, like nothing really happened, a drug trade gone wrong. Willamette is just the same mistake happening again to them, only this time it was caused by their initial mistake. And also, we get to walk through it while it's still fresh, while the event is occurring and before the military truly get a grip on it and clean out the entire mall. And every major character that we meet feels like a different way of dealing with the reality that we were thrown into. Carlito himself is anger. The anger that never had anywhere to go after the events of Santa Cabeza. What he did was horrific, yes, but the game never really treats his rage as confusing. His home itself was erased, his people were completely wiped out, and the world just kept going, trying to forget about him and what happened. His violence doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from being shown that his life was very easily thrown away and that he himself didn't matter. He was but a small cog in a very large machine that could live without that cog. His rage made sense and applies a hell of a lot in today's world, with certain people, their entire livelihoods and homes are being destroyed because of the actions of bitter older generations that believe that they are entitled to what they want. Brad is symbolic of the belief. He believes in rules and procedures. He believes in the system. He believes in doing things properly. He genuinely thinks that if he follows the system will eventually turn everything that is wrong right. And it just doesn't. Not because he's wrong for believing in that and he's wrong for following orders and doing his job and trying to be a good thing in this apocalypse, but because the people above him never planned on taking accountability for what happened. They never planned for Brad getting out alive. They were going to wipe it out from the beginning. It's a disconnect which I think happens a lot more than people realize when the higher-ups in our government, companies, keep things secret from the people at the lower end. Think when a company is about to go under and the higher-ups keep it a secret, they start selling their stocks off, they do their insider trading, and then they reveal it, which then leaves the lower guy, the individuals, a shit out of luck. And that to me is what Brad represents. He is someone that wanted to do the right thing, but because the higher-ups decided already what was going to happen, he died for it. Jessie is what happens when the belief that Brad had wears down. She doesn't explode or turn into a psycho and turn evil, or even have some big dramatic break. She just shuts down. She gets tired and she just stops talking. And by the time she actually realizes how bad things are, it's far too late. When she contacts her higher-ups, they've already told her what's going to happen, and she knows it's too late to actually save anyone. And when that realization has nowhere to go, she believes she is just as bad as everyone else. She is just another zombie, which is symbolic in her turning in that moment when she's to be saved. She's not anyone important to the military. She's treated as such because they know that she knows something, but at the end of the day, they would have happily just wiped her out as well. And then there's Frank. He starts off the worst out of every character in this game. He's not the one causing any of this, of course, but he's also not really helping at first. He documents, he withholds information, and he treats people like bargaining chips because to him, this was all a story in the beginning. And the uncomfortable part is that he doesn't see himself as a bad person doing it. He is just as detached from this event as everyone else was on the outside. And detachment is how people talk themselves into almost anything. Frank didn't need to come here, but he wanted to because he wanted to make a profit off the entire situation. But during his time in Willamette, of course, he changes over time and he sees what happens to people like him when people are too serious and they don't really look at what's happening and try to make a difference. Brad was, of course, the big changing moment for him where he saw someone that, in all honesty, is just a reflection of himself. A man that will do anything for his job and will do it to the best of his ability. He saw himself die when Brad died, and from that moment he changed from being just a reporter to someone that actually wanted to survive and save people. And Kent himself is the final mirror to Frank in the end. It's where Frank will get to if he doesn't stop with his story. He will just get more and more insane, seeing more and more of the evil in humanity, letting this disaster continue on if he didn't step up and act to save people. Kent himself isn't that much different from Frank. He's just gone a bit further. Everything to him is a moment that he needs to capture, everything that he needs to record and retell to the world for his glory. It doesn't mean that he wants to make a difference and save people. It's he wants to be remembered for being someone that was there and recorded it all. He wanted that glory. The difference between Frank and Kent, though, is Frank learnt when to put the camera down, when to stop looking through his lens and start looking with his eyes, start actually seeing the world for what it is and not what he can get from it. And I think that's where Dead Rising gets a lot darker and is way more interesting than people give it credit for, because the outbreak doesn't just spiral out of control because of something like greed or human experimentation like many zombie films and zombie media do, but because nobody wants to be the one that will admit fault. The military delay their response to it to try save people because they know that if anyone survives, they will be able to say to people what happened. When the military does finally show up, they're not there to help anyone, they're there to make the problem disappear. It reminds me of Dying Light when the final survivor escaped the quarantine zone and the military used that as an excuse to firebomb the city. This isn't the actions of people trying to save people, it's the actions of a government cover their tracks and make themselves seem like they are better than they actually are. They use the same method as Santa Cabeza, the same solution and the same mindset, showing that even after that big issue and massive mistake that happened there, the same people are still in charge. And at this point, this is when Dead Rising stops feeling like a generic zombie story and much more like a uncomfortable truth, a truth that Dawn of the Dead itself pointed out. We've seen this pattern over and over again. Companies pushing things further and further because of growth and record profits are desired. Governments burying mistakes because admitting to them would look worse than just trying to ignore that they happened, and communities themselves being written off as unfortunate but necessary losses. The language itself is always clean and clinical, and the people who suffer never actually get a word in it. The everyman never gets a choice about what happens in Parliament because they're not knowledgeable enough, they aren't influential enough in politics to do that. Dead Rising isn't saying to you that consumption itself is evil. It's more interested in what happens when there's no point where anyone stops and asks if this is enough. When efficiency matters more than the responsibility. When someone always ends up paying for it in the end, be it money loss by not paying people the right amount or the workers being overworked and not being able to keep up with the demand. Usually, in the end, what happens is when these demands are not met, the people with the least amount of power are pushed around and shoved to the floor, but eventually they do push back. Frank himself represents that. He is just a generic American man, but he pushes back against these massive corporations and the government and the military because he knows that he has the power to change. His simple actions can completely change the world in the face of these unstoppable forces. Not in some big heroic way where he goes out in a blaze of glory and destroys everything, but in a quieter one. He stops treating everything like something to be taken and recorded and starts treating everything like they actually matter. Recording the truth and the truths that matter, making sure that all the survivors he saves, their names are recorded in the history, and the ones that were searching for glory and whatever else would be allowed to be forgotten as just tragic victims of the apocalypse. Frank makes sure that his story gets out to the world so the world knows what the military and the government did. Everything from Santa Cabeza to the Willamette cleanup, he makes sure that the entire world knows the truth so that accountability can finally be taken. And the game doesn't pretend that this action will fix everything. Most people still die. Brad, Jesse, Carlito, all of the psychos who definitely needed some psychiatric help, and many of the survivors will probably die in your playthrough. And the cover-ups itself can still happen and they will still try to make it happen. But Frank, with him getting the truth out, prevents them from doing this again and again and again. And honestly, I think this is why Dead Rising sticks with me so much. Not because of the zombies and the spectacle of it all, or the chaos that you can enjoy, but because it understands just how easily people justify terrible decisions as long as they're efficient, profitable, they're far away enough from the problem that it is and they don't have to see the consequences, or they are convinced without actual reasonable research themselves into believing this is the right thing. I believe this is something we are seeing a lot in today's world with two big wars going on at the moment that have people on sides that they don't really understand what's actually happening, and people don't know what's going on in the war zones. And I think that's the scary part. The horror itself isn't the undead in this game, it's how normal all of the actions in this game feel, how they apply so easily to real life, and in real life examples that are happening right now as I'm recording this, with Russia and Ukraine, and of course Palestine and Israel. And if Dead Rising is right about anything, it's that the worst outcome don't come from monsters or zombies or whatever. They come from ordinary people deciding over and over again that their choices don't really matter. And the only way that this can change is if regular people decide that they've had enough and demand to learn more from what's happening in the world. Hello lads and lasses, thank you for watching, and yeah, it's been a pretty crazy time, isn't it? This is, well, Happy New Year I guess, because this is now being recorded on the 2nd or the 1st, so whoopee do. I did want to try to get this out before the end of 2025, but unfortunately YouTube had other plans and I had to re-edit the entire other video and censor it all. Thank you for all the support on that horses video though, it's been very popular. Although it has been completely fucked by YouTube, I will be honest, but you guys have definitely pushed it and helped it grow a little bit, that new version, which is obviously greatly appreciated, and I'm very happy with all the support you guys are giving me for it. Little update though, they are looking into it. Do I think it's going to get re-put up, the old version of it and the original version? Probably not. There isn't any chance in hell. They'll probably just fuck me over and just sort of cold leave me on that email, and I'll have to recontact them over and over again, but hopefully they'll get back, which again they probably won't. But future plans 2026, what's the plan, what's the go-to? Obviously I want to do RE9 when that comes out, but we've got about a month till that comes out, so I was debating on what to do, what video I should make, and I kind of came to the conclusion that I didn't really want to work on anything really small or short or something that I wasn't really into. I've kind of done a lot of the videos that I wanted to. I don't want to do Dead Rising 2, I don't want to do RE2, obviously. I wanted to do something different. So it came down to either doing an indie game of some sort that I didn't really care about. I was tempted to do Empty Shell, but I don't know, I'm not feeling it at the moment making that video, so I'm going to just sort of put that to the side and leave for later in the year. So I'm just going to fuck it, and I'm going to do my big video. So I want to do Darkwood next, and the Darkwood video I want to be better than the Black Souls 2 video. I want it to be bigger, better, more interesting, a better video overall. I feel like I've been very stuck in my ways with making these videos now, and I need to push them forward. So what does that mean? Well, I need basically everything. Obviously, I would like voice actors and actresses for the game. Every character I want voiced, big and small. I want every voice done. Obviously, there are already voice actresses I've worked with who I might reach out to again if I think they can do a voice for the character I have an idea around. I can't remember every character in Darkwood, but if there's a character that any of you out there want to do, just send me an email or join the Discord, hit me up, send me a voice note with the idea for the character voice that you have, whatever. Second of all, I kind of want an editor to do an intro for the game. Not the whole video, of course. I will edit basically the entire video because it'll be very boring, laborious work. But I want some sort of editor to do a interesting intro for the game. I think the first couple cutscenes in the game, just edit them together, ambient effects, everything like that, with the voice acting as well. So obviously, if you are an editor, and when I say editor, I don't mean to the people that have reached out before, I don't mean someone that has just started editing. I'm looking for someone that has more experience than me and can do better things than me and make the videos better than I can. Yeah, this is me saying like give up with your editing stuff. It's just not what I'm after. So if you are very experienced in editing and the whole everything like that, and you can make really cool stuff, show me some of your stuff, and I might record like the intro and just sort of release it to everyone, and then just do a basic edit, 10-15 second edit of the thing, just to show me what you can do. And I might hire you. Obviously payment will be discussed at a later date. And then third of all, I think I'm gonna need to actually find a good artist to help me with the thumbnails now. I've tried to find thumbnail artists constantly on Fiverr and YouTube Drop. They're all shit, I'll be honest. They're all really generic and made really cheap, and I really want someone that can actually make good thumbnails. So if you are someone out there that has either a passion for art and design and is good with Photoshop, hit me up, and I would love to see what you could do for the Darkwood video and making a good thumbnail. Even if you haven't done thumbnails before, I kind of understand how to point you in the direction that I want, and obviously I'll come up with a base idea that I will want for the video, but that's pretty much what I want for the video. So voice actors and actresses, some sort of editor for the intro, and of course artists. Even if you just want to do art for the video, I will happily take it and happily pay for it if you want to do that. Obviously, the Darkwood script, I haven't even started writing it. I've started playing the game. It's a good game, I'll say that much, but I haven't started writing the script. So it'll be definitely a good while before that video even is thinking about coming out. But anyway, channel members now. Thank you to all channel members, which include Chelsea Tyler, Marty Morris, Game Scavenger, Gator, Artman XP, Darren76, It's Bert, Carter Phillip, Corrego, Zarolino, Kento, Ermin the Turk, Ashley, Seagood, Not Saber, Jane Caliber, Jamie Barrett, Juniper LP, Dan Larad, Zartane FF14, Straight Chin, Synapse, Camden Shepherd, Lolling12, Mr. Disappear, Shaku, Jagito, Daft Punk 58, Yavion Hammond, Corazonte, Lord Neckin, Tyler Reeves, and Saint CL. Thank you everyone for the support, it's been greatly appreciated. Alright, that's everything that I had to say. Again, hopefully you all had a very good, happy holidays, Merry Christmases, and a good New Year's, and let's make this year a bit better. But that's enough waffling from me. See you around. Crocodile.